the cooking that, oh, you go into my meeting, I go into my meeting, you do the cooking. That's funny.
Hello, 1, 2. Okay.
Am I, can everybody hear, is the mic here on? Yes, sir. Looks like. Okay. Okay, we will come to order. It is 7 o'clock. Get ready, then Melissa, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Haskell. Present. Councilmember Hefty.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Vice Mayor Wernicott here. Mayor Alves.
Here. Okay. There is no report out of closed session. So we will move on to oral communications. If you want to address the council on an item not on tonight's agenda, now would be the time to do so. So please raise your hands. Yep, go ahead. Oh, yep.
Hi, I'm Craig Draymond, and I own a company called the Re-Veg Edge. And I sent a copy of this flyer that I put together about my work here in Portola Valley and Woodside. I saw on your website, and I'm grateful as a person with Native American heritage that you're acknowledging the colonial history of the people. And I also noticed on your council priorities for this year, have on page 2 to expand the vegetation management on the town's open spaces. So I was working with the fire department to make it so they could get fire trucks up Los Trancos in 2017 when that meadow was filled with 5-foot tall weed grasses. They said if we ever had a fire here, we just have to lose that subdivision because we couldn't get a truck up there. So just by mowing monthly at 8 to 12 inches high, we got rid of 75% of that fire fuel. If you go up there this spring, you're just going to see little low growing native plants. those 5-foot tall weed grasses are history. So this is what I've been doing for 30 years. And I've restored 800 acres of California back to native wildflowers. So when you see the flyer, the before picture is the 5-foot tall weeds. And the after picture is the nice low growing natives. So the fire trucks can get up there now. I went around this summer in September and I weighed, we cut these weed grasses and we think we're fine, but that weed grass thatch is still on the ground ready to burn. My cousin owns a home in Santa Rosa where the 2017 PG&E fire went through. It's the Bennett Ridge subdivision. Houses are situated like they are here in Portola Valley, spaced apart in oak woodlands. Everybody had trimmed their trees, had defensible spaces, but they cut their weed grasses in late spring and it was laying on the ground. That weed grass thatch burned 70 homes to their foundation. My cousin, when he bought the house 20 years ago, I said, Mitch, get rid of those weed grasses right now. The fires went right up to his property line and stopped. He had to watch his neighbor's home burn to the ground with no fire crews. So I would suggest, this is very easy to do. You take a gram scale, you take 1 square foot of that thatch in the summer, see what you have still around your properties that could burn. I weighed that thatch in different locations in Portola Valley. The field right behind you here, Spring Down Meadow, next to the frog pond. We're talking 2 tons of fuel ready to burn all summer. If you mowed once a month,
Right, I'm sorry to interrupt. We typically do a 3-minute limit on oral communications. So wrap up.
finish up.
Thanks.
If you mowed once a month, didn't let these weed grasses reproduce, they'd be gone in 2 or 3 years. That's what I'm doing up at Kite Hill right now. So the other option that we've discovered is that if you have star thistle and some of these other weed grasses that are impossible to get rid of, we're fertilizing them at Kite Hill and Woodside. The star thistle's gone in three months. So we started with solid star thistle. Today, I went up there to look at it. I can't find any star thistle seed. So the star thistle is actually an indicator that the soil's too poor for anything else to grow. So if you get a budget together, test out these methods on your open spaces first, then everybody else could follow along and make their own property safe.
Great.
Thanks.
And we received your email, so thank you so much. Okay, next up is Dale Pfau. Dale, go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. I have a comment on the land acknowledgement, and I'm respectfully requesting that the town council reopen the discussion on that. I've got 2 points on this. One is that we in my committee haven't had a chance to discuss it. It just appeared, and I've had a couple of comments from members about it and why and wherefore. And I'm just would prefer that if it's going to be put on our agenda all the time, that we in the committee have a chance to discuss and determine whether it's appropriate. And my point number 2 is that it appears to me that this is a political statement. And a political statement is fine for you, the town council. That's kind of your job. But on our committee, our objective is safety. We work very hard to attempt to keep all politics out of our decisions and what we do. And I think it may be inappropriate to have a political statement associated with a committee whose primary objective is safety. and we really don't care what politics are of our members or actually anybody else in town. We're just focused on emergency preparedness. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. And one more hand up. It's from Rita Combs. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my message. You know, I hope that one of the tech companies that we have a contract with can come in and fix the owl, because I really like seeing the faces of the people that are talking. And perhaps all of you can sign in so that at least we on Zoom land can see the faces of the people that are talking. It was very hard last night in the planning commission meeting for everyone that was speaking to, you know, for us at home to see them. So if everyone up there can sign in on their devices that they have open, we would then be able to at least see your face until that can be fixed. And listening to the planning commission last night, the one voice out of all the documents that they talked about that we didn't hear from, or just referred to, was Woodside Fire, the people that are going to come save us, we hope, when something happens. As the previous speaker had mentioned something about fire danger, I really hope before any documents move forward that the residents get to hear from Woodside Fire on these different documents. And you know, and with all of the issues that we have that are live right now in our town, the minutes from the previous meetings are still those, you know, those shortened minutes. And I really hope that with this council moving forward, that you look at this, review this, and put more thorough minutes together to present to the residents, because right now we can't see how many people are in the schoolhouse, how many people are online. And yes, thank you for putting that little tidbit of the software on the agenda that we can then look at that. But as I've said in the past, that is untested software done by a member of the community. And, you know, a lot of people in this town are data sensitive, and we don't know how that information, when we sign in, is being reviewed or, you know, kept. And we don't see the, you know, no cookies, which is, I think, is the law in the state of California, that no cookies are being collected or you must accept the cookies. So I really hope that the town council reviews that tidbit of software and does it proper, or puts it out to bid from companies that actually use it, so that we can safely use the software that does that moving forward. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Christy Corley is up next. Christy, go ahead.
Thank you for listening. And I was concerned that the Conservation Committee was at the same time as the Planning Commission, both on 1/24/23 at 7 p.m. And the main topic was the mitigated negative declaration. And I would think that the Conservation Committee would want to attend anything that is a discussion about the environment. So in the future, I'm hoping that we do not double book important meetings of the same subject on the same night at the same time. So today I asked for the recording and I was told that it'll be posted tomorrow. So I'm still not able to hear the conservation meeting as of today. So I'm hoping in the future this can be rectified. And my second point is, as a resident, I would like to get the full report on the storm that happened in December and January. It'd be awesome if the Public Works Department can work with the fire department and just give us a full report of total number of trees down, total landslide, total, you know, where the big issues were in town, and what the action plan is going forward to not prevent, because I don't think we can prevent, but we can improve some storm drain issues or drainage issues, bridge issues, backup issues in large streams that cause damage that could have taken bridges down. So I would like to hear a full report, not a partial report, which is posted on the website, but a full report. And my third point is we had Martin Luther King Day, and I didn't see any activity on that day from the town. And I just noticed that you posted that town hall was closed. So in the future, be awesome to do something on that day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gary Hanning has his hand up. Gary, go ahead.
Thank you, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I want to second the comments that Dale Thau made just a few moments ago. It seems that in October 2022, the council passed a rule that requires a land use statement be added to each committee's agenda. Without notifying chairs of the new rule or permitting chairs to agendize and discuss with their committees the new rule, the statement was added to our agendas via a template that all committees are now required to use when creating and submitting their agendas to the town. We asked the town clerk about this new rule. We were simply told that should we remove the statement from our agenda, the town clerk would put it back. I want to point out that I'm not judging this statement, and I respect all the hard work that went into it by the Race and Equity Committee, but I would like to ask the council to revisit the process such that in the future, committee chairs will be notified of any such change to their agendas, that we have the opportunity to provide input on such changes, and that chairs can agendize and discuss any proposed agenda change with their respective committees prior to the change appearing on the mandated template. I would also add that I support Judy Murphy's suggestion that we form a committee of committees to discuss governance issues related to the advisory committees, including agendas and autonomy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Leslie Kreis is next. Leslie, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my call. And it's Kreis, by the way, just because.
Pardon me.
No, it's fine. I'm commenting because I'm concerned about the lack of input from Woodside Fire on our safety element and our housing plan, or lack of visible input. The public does not really have access to anything updated. There's been nothing updated, and their silence is deafening. It makes me wonder why the town is not asking them to speak at town councils and planning commission events about the housing element and the impact of the housing element on topics such as evacuation and the safety element. That's my first concern. My other comment would be Black History Month is coming up in February. That would be a great time to do something, given the absence of anything from Martin Luther King Day having been done. Thank you very much for taking my comments.
Great, thank you. Jeremy, did you want to respond to a couple of comments there?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Good evening, everyone. First, we are very aware that the cameras are challenged right now. We are in contact with the company that put these in place, Coda. We hope to have them out later this week to address the issues. So we apologize for that. Secondly, I'd like to share information that was shared by the planning and building director last night at the planning commission meeting that we're expecting Fire Marshal Bullard to speak at the next scheduled planning commission meeting. And I believe that's on February 15th, if I have that correct, but it'll be their next meeting. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. If there are no other hands raised, then we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there any, we'll take public comment on the consent agenda and then we can discuss items.
Yeah, through the chair, could I just ask a quick question? For some of these other comments that were brought up, like the acknowledgement and stuff, what's the appropriate forum to move on this? So I know we're not, looking to make a discussion out of these comments, but is there a time and a place where this stuff will get addressed?
I mean, the council adopted them after a couple of meetings last year. I mean, it's our policy, and this group could revisit it if you chose to.
Okay. So I guess I'd like to do that. So just let me know at some point the proper way to do that. Thank you.
All right. We'll start with, is there any public comment on items on the consent agenda? I see Jean Chaput. Jean, go ahead.
Jean, if you can hear us, you need to unmute at your end. Thank you.
Sorry. So nice. Not working.
No, we hear you.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, I had a question regarding last night's planning commission meeting regarding the negative CEQA declarations and the cast of thousands that were apparently at the meeting, consultants. As residents, are we going to be able to find out how much money was spent for all these consultants that were at the meeting, supposedly in our behalf?
Those consultants were hired by the council for the most part. All those contracts were approved by public meetings. You could contact staff and ask more detailed questions. That's the best I can answer for you right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Rita Combs, go ahead.
Hi, I want to talk about the consent item G, approval of agreement with Land Econ Group for the preparation of a fiscal impact analysis and report the Stanford Wedge housing project for the amount of $33,750. The DEIR for Stanford Wedge, the residents and different agencies submitted their comments on, I believe it was May 13th, 2022. And today is January 25th, 2023. And the residents have not heard any updates. But in looking at this particular contract, this contract would then be talking about rents, who's going to live there, all kinds of things. And I think that's really interesting. You know, my daughter is only 12, but we're not going car shopping today until she actually gets her driver's license at 16 and a half or 30 and a half. But I really feel strongly that this particular item needs to be not only taken off the consent part, but moved till another day. Most really after the draft DEIR is communicated with the residents, and to see if this particular project is going to move forward or not. I know the departments are short-staffed, and reading through the materials, it looks like a lot of time was spent going out for bids for this particular contract, when I don't see any more feedback concerning the draft DEIR that the residents, like I said, submitted the information on May 13th. We don't see any updates at all for that. So I just have I'm stumped on why this is happening right now. This is truly, I hate using the phrase of the cart before the horse, but this is truly the cart before the horse. This is for something that's not even a reality right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other comments on the consent agenda, does anyone wish to pull an item from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull A and G.
Any other items?
So unless there's some update here on F, I'd like to pull F.
Okay. In that case, I can take a motion on items B, C, D, and E.
I so move.
Second. Okay, moved by Taylor, seconded by Hefty. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott. Aye. Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item A.
Okay, there were two aspects of this that just need to be clarified or updated on the minutes. Okay, the first page of the minutes, about halfway down, it says MS Hasco Taylor, et cetera, to review the HCD templates at the end of that. It wasn't templates, it was any documents deemed necessary or appropriate for the grant or for the submission and any amendments there too. It wasn't templates. We're supposed to be looking at any documents that come through. And then the second one was, not sure this is critical, but Craig and I switched roles so that he has the PCE and I luckily have the airport now.
You're welcome.
Probably should have remained silent.
I owe you, thank you.
Okay, so that's all I had on A.
Okay, any other corrections to the minutes? No, I can take a motion. Is there any public comment on the minutes, item A? Rita.
Only my hope that we have more thorough minutes that actually reflect the comments of the residents, so that the residents that don't participate in the meetings or don't watch the videos can actually read through and see the comments and thoughts of the other residents in this town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Christy Corley.
Thank you. I have the same comment, and it's very important that we learn from our residents' comments because often it triggers things that we have not thought of, and it gets us to think about them more, possibly write the council, possibly write the planning commission or other committees. So when you see that, Christy Corley items 4D and 4G, it forces the reader to go back and look, and maybe that's what you want. You don't really want people to know what we said. That's what it feels like, and I don't want to feel that. I want to feel that I spoke, and I hope other people can learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No more public comment. I can take a motion to approve the minutes, item 4A.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second,
Moved by Wernicott, seconded by Taylor. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Do we need to say they're as amended? So as amended, aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott. Aye. Mayor Alves.
Aye. Okay, item F, Greg.
So, and Terry's on the call tonight, so maybe he can, my understanding was that this amendment didn't go before the committee. So I guess I was a little concerned that we're approving charter amendments without the committee reviewing it first. That seems appropriate. So I'd either like to suggest we postpone this, or if Terry's got more information, I'd be happy to hear that as well.
I apologize. I actually did get an email from Terry requesting that this be.
Okay, and that's what I was saying. I thought, okay, great. So thank you, Terry, and thank you now, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I was a busy couple of days.
Yep, no worries.
Yeah, so are you suggesting that we table this? And I believe Terry is on. Terry, unless you object to that, I believe that's what you were asking me for. I suggest I'm fine with tabling it.
Thank you.
You go with that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Item 4F is then tabled and will be brought back after the open space has had a chance to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 4G.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to understand this one better at a high level. What is the analysis in more depth, and why are we doing this now? I assume it's because it takes a while to do the analysis, but I'd like to understand it more.
Okay. Laura, do you want to, Laura Russell is on. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I can give a brief description, and then we also have our consultant that's working on this. If you would promote Leslie Parks to be a panelist in case there's any specific questions. So as everyone knows, the town does not have many significant development projects. A fiscal impact analysis is a very common part of reviewing development projects of this size and larger, and sometimes even smaller projects. And that analysis is used to answer questions that have come in from the public. And it's also used to make some of our findings for approval, the way that some of our findings are written. So the idea is to understand how the project fits in with the existing fiscal landscape. So we think about how much tax revenue, for example, the development might produce, how much it might cost in different categories, so that the decision makers can understand the trade-offs. So property taxes in a typical project go up, but so do the expenses related to serving that project by both the city or town as well as any service providers. So this kind of fiscal impact analysis is very common for development projects. It's typically done either towards the beginning or the middle of projects. It's complete typically before there's any public meetings that are conducted towards approval of a project. So this is a common time for something like this to be completed. It'll add additional analysis and information for the Planning Commission and the council to consider in their recommendations and decision making. The cost of it is borne by the applicant, so this is reimbursable. So Stanford pays for this, and it provides additional information for everyone to consider. I'd be happy to take any specific questions after that overview.
Are there any questions from the council? Judith? if you want to-
Yeah, a quick follow-up. So you said financial implications, I'm paraphrasing there. And the two purposes that are cited are determining the market rate and then determining the difference between market and the subsidized rate. So is that essentially looking at the expected tax revenue if it were market rate, and then presumably there would be a difference because it's subsidized? I want to understand exactly what they're looking at, and is this sufficient for the task before us all, in terms of is that all the financial analysis that we need, or is this one piece of many?
This covers what would be considered a kind of a standard fiscal impact analysis for this kind of project. This project has two factors that we're trying to look at in particular. There's the below market income units, and then there are also the faculty units. In the Stanford housing projects, the faculty units are offered at a rate that is below the market rate. So they have kind of their own program where they offer housing to their faculty and staff below the market rate in order to attract faculty. So we are analyzing both of those things, the actual below market rate units that qualify as affordable housing with a capital A, as well as their program that they provide for their faculty members where the units are below the market rate. And we do believe that the scope of work meets the normal standard for a fiscal impact analysis, as well as what we think will be necessary to analyze the findings that are required in our municipal code.
So in other words, we're looking at that because if they weren't subsidized, we might get more tax revenue. And it's possible that the subsidy affects the tax revenue. I mean, we don't have to get into the details, but I'm really trying to understand what the implication of this analysis or what it's examining.
Yes, I understand that to be the concept. Leslie, can you chime in on that answer as well?
Yes, hi, this is Leslie Parks. Fiscal impact analysis is typically or usually done for a variety of different projects. Sometimes they're residential, sometimes it's industrial, mixed use projects, a variety of projects. Again, the intent is to look at simply the cost and the expenses, and then the revenue generated by the project, and see if there's any balance between the two. In this case, the direction that has been given to the consultant is to analyze the difference between a market rate value and a subsidized value. Now, the BMR units typically are set aside units that are required by housing policy. So I can't really weigh in at this point whether there's a judgment with that. Most cities accept the differential for a BMR component of a project because it's more or less public policy or their public policy to provide that type of housing for those who can't typically afford market rate housing. So this is what the consultant will do. He has been given specific direction to look at both the market rate value and the subsidized value and determine what the difference is so that the council can make an informed decision about the economic or fiscal merits of the project.
Thank you.
Greg, go ahead.
So I guess I'm still not completely clear. Is this the impact on the town's general fund or literally just this very narrow piece? Because it seems like if it's the general fund, then we'd be potentially talking about other resources. If we had, I don't know, build more sewers or more school impact. So is this literally just limited to the rental agreement?
No, it's going to apply to all of the units. The analysis will be done for all of the units. And it will look at all the typical revenue sources and all of the expenses, general fund expenses that are normally part of providing services in any town.
Okay, so this is really a broad evaluation.
Yes.
The below market stuff happens to be the thing that's special about this
Right.
project. It's a broad.
And also there is a couple of other considerations, and that is the services that are provided, fire services that are provided, and and then services that are provided for safety. So, cities have different methods for providing those services. Some cities have opted to have the county provide those services. Other cities fund their own safety services or their own fire. We're in a time now that increasingly where general fund revenues are particularly pressured, and the revenue sources are difficult, especially in a downturn, economic downturn. So this will give the council a snapshot of this project, like any other project, in terms of revenue and expenses.
Okay, yeah, great. Because I was going to ask about the sheriff's contract and things like that as well. So perfect,
Yes.
thank you. And then Laura, I guess the question to you is, does this impact the DEIR?
No, this is a separate analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council questions on this item?
Just a minor question. Does it include the undergrounding of wires and as a benefit to the town, or is that completely a different topic?
There is utility undergrounding that's associated with this project. Our municipal code requires it, so they're doing that automatically. So I don't think that would be part of the analysis here. I don't know, Leslie, is that also your understanding?
I don't think the undergrounding is part of the scope for the consultant. It's something that if it's important, it could be added, but we'll have to take a look at it. I did not see it in the scope.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Public comment. I see Rita's hand up. Rita, you did comment on this before, but I will let you make one more brief comment.
Thank you. My first comment is if we have any of the contractors that are answering a question, if they could state or put in their name which company that they're working for. Ms. Parks just is now on the panel screen with the name of the company there, but it would
Yes, I'm
be
sorry,
helpful.
my background is backwards, but I work for the Good City Company, which
Okay.
is on contract to the town to provide primarily planning services. But I have been added to the team that works for the town because I have a particular expertise or experience with economic and fiscal impact.
Thank you. It was just, you were just introduced as a contractor working with the town, and it was no other, reference there. Is this something that, so my question is, do we need to do this now when, this is a proposed project? And there seems to be no timeline that's been, relayed to the residents. as if this is the reality. And last night even at the planning meeting, it was like, oh, no, this is this type of project as if it's doesn't exist right now. And so it just seems, it looks like it's going to get reimbursed, but I'm trying to understand why this is a priority now when the project for the residents, as we're told it's not a reality and we're not given information. I know things need to be done in the background, but the residents are quite concerned with the energy and the deadlines that have been put in before, and we're not receiving any feedback from that. And so why is this happening now? Thank you.
It is not unusual, it's typical that this is one of the different types of studies that are conducted for a project as it undergoes the entitlement process. So it's not unusual to do this type of analysis now. Again, it's one of many studies. Every project has standard studies that are undertaken, and sometimes there are specific or unique studies. It just depends on the project, but it is not unusual to have a study like this underway. It's going to take some time to get the findings. And again, we wanted to have those findings available as part of the review of the project.
Thank you, Leslie. One more hand up from John Donahoe. John, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, council. This is the first for me. I'm attending a meeting while driving. I am the project manager for the Stanford University Portola Terrace project. And I just wanted to clarify the record. I don't want to amend anything that anyone has said, but it is our understanding that regardless of what we sell the units to our faculty, the county will still assess the property at its full market value. And that full market value is going to be the taxable amount that is distributed through the various income sources as part of how taxes are paid and how they're distributed to various agencies. So I want to correct the public record and make sure that everyone is clear that even it's almost not relevant of what we're actually selling the units to our faculty members, because the county is still going to assess those units at full market value. And then I also want to say for the public record, the city did not, or the town of Portola Valley did not review the scope with Stanford in advance, and we're fine with that. I just want to make it very clear that this is something that the town has initiated as part of the review of our project, and Stanford did not necessarily request or oppose this particular study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Christy Corley, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just usually with development, you would get a permit first and then you would do a study such as this. So that's my one comment. And regarding the full market value of the each unit or each house, it would be minus land value. Is that correct, Mr. Donahoe? I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
We'll try to get an answer for you for that, Christy. We can't have a discussion between people that aren't on the panel. So we'll try to follow up with you on that unless somebody wants to. We don't have an answer for you right now on that, Christy. Thanks. Okay, if there's no other hands raised, Rusty, go ahead. Rusty Day is coming to the podium here.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Donahoe, for clarifying the record about the market rate evaluation that the county will use for tax assessment purposes. But I would underscore and point out the point that Christy Corley made. That's the market value of the structure. The land value will be tax exempt and will not be subject to tax because it's, and if I'm wrong, Mr. Donohue, I'm sure will correct me. So the question I have for the council, and I didn't quite understand the answer, is why is this being done? What is the objective? The town, I believe, is paying for it. Is Stanford going to reimburse the town for this? And when this is done, what information are you going to get? Are you going to get a fiscal analysis? And I think Councilmember Taylor went into this. Are you going to get a fiscal analysis of the financial impact of this project on the community in addition to, so you can see on the basis of the tax revenue the town's going to generate, what's the added cost going to be to the schools? What's the added cost going to be for policing? Is it going to fully reimburse the cost for fire protection? So I'm just trying to understand what the scope is of the report that you're going to get so we can assess and understand the utility of spending $33,000 on this analysis and what benefit the town gets from completing the study that is useful to it for its decision-making purpose. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other public comment, we'll pull it back for discussion among the council. I will point out that on page 27 of the packet, fiscal impact, the town's policies require that the applicant pay the full cost of the fiscal impact analysis. The budget of $32,750 will be fully reimbursed by the applicant. So to answer one question, it's in the packet. Another question was, the scope is in the packet here. Starts on page 35. With that, I will take discussion from the council. Okay, if there is none, then I will take a motion.
I so move.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Taylor, seconded by Wernicott. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott.
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that moves us to the regular agenda. With your permission, I would like to consider rearranging a couple of items here, just because I think they kind of, a couple of the colleagues' memos kind of go nicely with some of the regular agenda items. So I was going to suggest that we start with item 5A, which is the workshop on committee council priorities and committee communications. And then we would move to the housing element update. And then we would take, after the housing element update, we would consider item 6A, which is Councilmember Taylor and Haskell's letter on the sunrise provision. And then we could also, I thought at that time, we could also discuss item 6E, which is the general plan research working group. I thought those two colleagues' memos would fit nicely with the housing element update. Then we would do the audit, and then we could go on to consider the rest of the college memos. Is that acceptable? Is everyone okay with that?
Makes sense.
Okay. In that case, we will move on. Then we're still on our regular agenda, which is item 5A, which is to hold the annual workshop on potential priorities and council community communications. Jeremy, your slide.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's always a delight this time of year to kick off our annual budget and priority setting process with the council. And the first step in that process is to have a budget and priority setting workshop with the committees. The committee's work is a vital part of everything that the town does. And this process was set up a few years ago in order for the council to hear from each of the committees on those items that the committees would like to see included either as a priority or considered as part of the budget in FY 23-24. So all of the committee chairs have been invited here this evening. The packet, we've invited committee chairs to share information in any way that they prefer. One committee sent in materials in advance of the meeting. I'm sure the other committees will be providing either PowerPoints or oral communications. The council priority setting process starts, as I said, with tonight's meeting. At the next meeting on February 8th, the council will hold the first of two study sessions on council priorities for FY 23-24. And then a month later, the council will hold the second session that typically ends with adoption of priorities. Then the staff uses that document to build the budget for the next year, which comes in draft form to the Finance Committee typically towards the end of May, and then to council for two sessions in June. So we would like to invite each of the committees to spend some time with the council to discuss those items that are of import related to this item. Not sure the best way to call on the committee, so maybe I will just call on chairs as I see them tonight. So Dale, you were in Hollywood Square upper left, so why don't we start with you, sir?
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, council, for listening to us. I don't have any written materials, and as a matter of fact, our committee is going to be discussing our priorities for the coming year at our meeting next week. We've been bogged down with the safety element and evacuation planning up until now, so we're going to be discussing it. I can tell you what is ongoing on the agenda. Our budget generally has been about $10,000 a year, sometimes going up to 12,000, depending on what we've got to do in terms of radio equipment and so on. The ongoing big things we have got are the evacuation plan, working with the multi-jurisdictional group to try and get something done on that this year. We have ongoing issues or continuing efforts on communication infrastructure and integration with CERT there. And it's possible we may need to spend several $1,000s either upgrading or adding new repeaters to our networks. And we also know that we need to get into the radio room, which we've almost been shut out of for 2 years due to COVID, and get all the batteries back up to speed and the radios recharged and so on in the radio room there in the town center. Another big thing we are working on is outreach. And at our meeting next week, one of our big projects that hopefully is going to get off the ground very quickly is a mailing to all of Portola Valley residents with some tags telling them exactly what their zone numbers are. We've noticed that during evacuation events, many people don't have a clue what their zone haven evacuation zone numbers are. So we're actually going to be sending tags out with to residences with their zone numbers on them, so they don't have to look them up. And we'll be discussing that at our next meeting, and that's fairly expensive to manufacture and mail all of those out, and there may be a follow-on to that. Other than that, big things that we are going to be looking at this year, pushing forward to the relocation of the AM radio to the Peak Lane water tanks. We're going to be talking about the integration of the AM radio during emergency situations, like during the floods and mudslides we had. The AM radio was not utilized. We need to get a protocol in place so that is our communication situation, and also the use of the radio networks we have in town for emergencies. We've got a stash of radios in the radio room, and I don't think many people know about them, that can be used in an emergency. So that's what we've got on schedule. And after our meeting next week, I will probably be able to send you more information. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Dale. Are there any questions from the council for Dale and EPC?
Well, I'd just like to say thank you, because that's terrific work. That I'm very excited that we're actually getting the evacuation study underway, and keep up the good work. As a member of the as the block captain for Mapache, we have a system of radios out there, and I would very much like to get your help coordinating those people, because it's during the rains, it was noted that nobody knew how to use theirs. So it would just be wonderful to use this opportunity to get people educated. Thanks so much, Dale.
Questions for Dale?
No, I'd just add that there's a CERT drill this weekend. So, if you're interested in emergency stuff, it's a good time to come out.
Okay. I'm going to take public comment at the end of the workshop here, folks. So please be patient.
Have you noticed that the cameras shifted?
I just saw that.
Yeah, we
See?
I'm using it. Playing the game.
Yay.
Yeah. We're not sure what the poltergeist is doing tonight, so.
Take what we can get.
Yes. Mr. May, if I may
Yes,
call the
please.
next. Next is upper right, we have Terry Lee from Open Space. Terry, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. I want to acknowledge that we are hoping to gather as a committee as early as next week to explore further some of these budgetary opportunities. But I'll begin by acknowledging tonight that some of the areas that have been of interest from the community and thus for us have included making sure we better understand the preservation and conservation protections that already exist or do not in the open space that the town has currently, and that those understandings might require some more informal or formal consultation with experts, legal experts, land use experts, which might require some costs. We have also, as you all know, always prioritized outreach and communications. Some of that in the past has included mailers to the community to remind folks of the open space assets we have. And we have one prepared that may be ready to go out, but we have some things to work on there. And we've also taken up the question more recently of whether physical signage to acknowledge and appreciate our open space might be something we consider. And lastly, we'll acknowledge that in the past, including recently in the past, there have been important discussions about making sure we properly maintain our open space, which obviously we're all highly in favor of for a number of reasons, including safety. But that we also want to make sure that we're thinking carefully about the source of those funds and recognize the limitations of the town's operating budget, but also the importance of the open space fund focused on acquisitions, at least to our understanding, and just wanting to respect that there's more to discuss and clarify and confirm there. So I'll finish with that, but acknowledge that there's more we hope to discuss as a committee and with the community in the meeting or meetings ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Any questions for open space or comments?
I just have one quick comment. So Terry, in terms of getting your mailer out, is there any help that you need from us, or do you have what you need?
No, we probably want to consult with you all to make sure that reconsult with you to make sure that the content and message feels continues to feel appropriate and that the timing is okay. So, and we also appreciate our new council liaison, and just want to make sure that we're all in alignment about getting it out. But we're certainly prepared to have it sent out if council is as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Terry. Who's next?
Next is Jennifer Hammer, Chair of the Wildfire Preparedness Committee. Jennifer, floor is yours.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So thank you so much for letting me tell you about what the Wildfire Preparedness Committee is doing. Our budget this year is modest as far as our committee goes. We're holding the Wildfire Preparedness Fair on April 22nd from 10 to 2. It's going to be a very big event. We're hoping to go big this year. We're hoping to have 400 residents attend. It's not going to cost very much. There's going to be a mailing. I'm already hard at work with Carrie, coordinating the one bulk mailing. And then, of course, Jeremy and Kara have already weighed in and making sure that the event can go forward and everything is going to go smoothly. The Conservation Committee is going to be attending the event this year, as well as sustainability. And we're excited that the EPC will be there, and they're bringing their big communication van with the satellite antennas. So that's going to be a big draw. I was told today that the fire district will be there, and I believe CERT's going to be there, and WPV Ready. And this year we're going to really highlight Firewise communities. So I'm hoping some of our new PV Firewise volunteers will be there to help. I did write a report for you. My committee discussed budget priorities last month. And one of the things that was brought up was that, a part-time grant writer would be very important for the town. As I mentioned in my report, we saw what a few hours of a grant writer's time can do with the CPAW grant writers applying for the CWDG grant that we're hoping we're going to get. And when I was on the workshop for that grant, I heard grant writers say that they had been hired by a group of towns, and they were representing like 5 towns at a time. And so one thought to make this very cost effective would be to maybe see if Woodside and Portola Valley could go together, because we're so similar and our needs are so similar, and maybe a grant writer part-time could be hired. And I think that you may find that they could bring in more money than they're paid. So it might be a very cost-effective thing to consider. We thought it might be worth your time to reach out to the fire district to ask whether some type of a shelter-in-place mechanism is possible or advisable. As I mentioned in the report, we're very aware that the first thing a citizen has to do is evacuate. That's #1 priority. I personally would like to have the fire district weigh in. There is the possibility in a bad situation with a wildfire that we might have residents that can't evacuate. And if there was some reasonable way to approach this, I think that it would be worthwhile to at least know what that is and to see how much that would cost. And if there's anything that my committee can do to help that, if you would like us to ask the fire district and give you a report on their comments, we'd be happy to do it, whatever we can do to help. Also, I mentioned in the report, you may want to consider some seed money further down it may be in fall timeframe. We are continuing to work on the report on a fire mitigation program that makes sense for Portola Valley. As I mentioned in the report, this is something that we were asked to do several months ago. And when the CWDG grant looked like it was very possible, we suspended our efforts. And we decided that rather than discuss it in our committee, we were going to write a report. So you'll be getting that report in the summer timeframe. It'll be a comprehensive report covering all our research so far and all the new information we're going to get on with these new insurance changes and all of the new information we're going to be getting. And when you read that report, whether or not we get that grant money or not, the reality is it's going to take more than one program to keep us safe from wildfire. And there's some very cost-effective strategies. There's a variety of options you have. There's so many different programs that towns are using. The towns that look like Portola Valley, and they're coming with different strategies. And some of these measures don't even cost us anything. So you may want to be discussing that later in the year. And a seed money would be, so if in June or July you realize, hey, we would like to pursue one of these other programs, we can start a prototype so that in the next fiscal year, we're ready to go, because these programs don't start overnight. It's going to take the town staff time. They're complicated. And so I hope this report gave you an idea of some of just the many options you have. Low-income households may need some help, especially with these new changing insurance regulations. We really want to support these Firewise communities, and I offered you 2 possible scenarios to do that, both very, very cost effective. So with that, all of the information will be in the report in the summer. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you. And I just want to compliment you. For those of you who haven't maybe seen it, the report begins on page 44 of this week's packet. So I do suggest people take a look at that. It's a very well written report. And so thank you. Are there questions or comments from the council for Jennifer?
Yeah, a quick question to follow up on the grant writer concept. Jennifer, is this a very specialized area for grant writing, or like how should we think about that? Is it going to be very specific to the programs that you've mentioned? Any commentary so we can get oriented would be helpful on that.
No, I think a grant writer, Jeremy will know so much more than I will, but a grant writer should be able to bring us money for a whole variety of programs. The only reason I am particularly excited about a grant writer right now is I have to tell you something. When I started on the committee, Jeremy spent a great deal of time educating me on grants, and I can't tell you how many times I emailed him, hey, what about this grant? And I found out we weren't eligible. And this CWGG grant really surprised me, because when I went to the workshop, they said, this is the first time, one, that this money is for private property, and that's a big deal. But also they said they were looking to find small towns with small staff to fund. They wanted to reach out to towns that they had not been able to reach before. And normally the Rubik's Cube is heavily weighted for low income, which obviously we are not. But in this case, at least what they discussed in the workshop was that only 10% of the grant was based on low income. So I just think it's a sign, and again, Jeremy is got so much more knowledge than I do, that maybe things are changing, and that next year we might be able to pick up a little more federal or state money, especially if we focus on Firewise communities, because these new insurance regulations, the state is focusing on Firewise. Firewise is a big buzzword right now, and if we can get those communities started, it might make us more attractive.
And Jeremy, did you want to add to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually experimenting a bit with a grant writer that Jennifer mentioned, the group CPA, Community Partner Assistance for Wildfire, that the Woodside Fire Protection District brought in, that we're working with. They brought in a grant writer for this particular grant, and I contacted Lori Benner is her name, and asked her to give me a summary of some potential grants for this year. She gave me that last week and gave me some good guidance on next steps. It is a very, through the chair, if I may, Judith, the grant writing is a very particular discipline. It is a lot of work. And what I have learned over my career, and Lori solidified what I had learned, is that the best grant writers are the ones that won't waste your time on grants that they don't think you're going to get. That's why we're actually fairly enthusiastic about this wildfire grant right now that will fund a variety of projects here in Portola Valley. So there's, so for every handful of grants, let's say there's 6 or 7 in a year, there's really only 1 or 2 that you're potentially looking at. Should the council wish to make this kind of recommendation, it's probably an on-call grant writer. It's not a part-time person necessarily, but just is available. And there's just different approaches. So for instance, hazard mitigation grant efforts, you put in a notice of intent, it just sits there, and then when monies are made available, they contact you, for instance. Jennifer is correct that the landscape seems to be changing. Just a few years ago, grants were really not suited for larger communities. I've had grantees tell me that they're really looking for bigger bang for their buck. So they're looking for multiple communities or large communities. So we've not fit in there. But things are looking up a little bit more just with the amount of money that the state of California has released in the last year or so towards this. So I do hope to have more to report in the next, call it 30, 45 days on one particular grant. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mary.
I thought that was a wonderful presentation, and it's true that the handout is fantastic. I had a specific hope that you would continue to pursue the idea of reaching out to the other communities in our shared fire risk area, particularly as we necessitate having the entire area, including Los Altos Hills and Woodside, meeting the kind of standards that we want to meet. To get as effective as possible. So that's my question is, I just wanted to get a little bit more color on the question of what this shelter in place thing would be looking like. Is it applying to the Sequoias? Is it applying to individuals who have mobility issues? Who is it directed towards? And what does it look like?
I have no idea because this is the fire district's expertise. I had intended to attach a paper that was written about this concept. I cited it in my report. There have been some cities, I think including San Diego, that have just researched this idea that there may be situations where you cannot evacuate certain high-risk areas. And because we have areas in town which have one evacuation route that are in very high fire areas, I thought that just to do due diligence, we could get the fire district to weigh in if this was even something to be considered and what would it look like. And I could suggest some things that I had in mind, but I'm not an expert, so I don't want to suggest anything. But I bet you that Don would have a lot to say about it.
Thank you.
If I may follow up on Jennifer's comments, Mr. Mayor, I am not an expert. I'm just privy to a little more information. So the district has been thinking about this. As the council knows, the town, in conjunction with our public safety officials, has been meeting with a variety of institutions in the community to help them with their own evacuation planning efforts, including private and public schools and other entities. And this topic has come up, and the shelter, as I understand it, the shelter in place conversation does need to happen in conjunction with evacuations in Portola Valley. Simply from a practical perspective, if you got to locate it in the right place so you're not causing additional traffic issues. So it may not make sense to locate a shelter in place that's accessible to more members of the public in certain parts of town. Obviously, you need to construct or retrofit facilities to be able to withstand a fire in a particular way, et cetera. So I would anticipate through both the work that Department of Emergency Management is doing on our behalf, bringing people together in the district themselves, that they'll have some thoughts in the near future. Thank you.
So I just wanted to follow up. So Jeremy, when you engage a grant writer, I mean, how would we engage them across towns? Like, to follow on Mary's point, and I think Jennifer as well. I mean, and you sort of alluded to as well, is that in the past it's been hard because we're small. But I mean, by the time if we get 3 or 4 towns together that have sort of similar issues, do we become critical mass for available for a grant, or they really just don't go across jurisdictions like that? I mean, how does that work?
It depends on the grant. So to give an example, the community wildfire grant that's mentioned in Jennifer's report, this was a multi-jurisdictional grant effort. So it brought together 4 entities, although the county didn't, I don't believe the county had a component related to that. So Woodside Fire, it's in both towns, Portola Valley and Woodside. And we had different asks within that, but the grant was written in a way that you could ask for different pieces. Sometimes it's much more narrowly tailored. I, on a regular basis, engage with neighboring communities, Los Altos Hills and Woodside. And we have these conversations. What kind of areas would we want to apply for grants and shared? We all struggle with the notion of, who does what. So there's a bit of that. So I've taken a little bit more of a leadership role there because I'm comfortable with it. So the short answer is it depends. What I am seeing with our neighboring cities in this experience with CPOP bringing in through Woodside Fire, a grant writer, I think did show us, yeah, we can do this if we've got the right person who's leading the effort. And there's some commonality in what we're sort of asking for, or that the grant has enough, is broad enough to make those different asks. But the flavor of grants is, it's extraordinary how different they are from one another and what they're trying to accomplish. So long-winded answer. I hope there was something in there useful.
Question for Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. I echo what everybody said about this well-prepared report. You may have said this, so apologies if you did. Do you have any sense of the timeline of when you might be hearing about the grant?
That might be a question for me, Jennifer.
Okay.
Yes.
We were hoping this month, when I talked to Lori, a week and a half ago, whenever it was, week ago, we hadn't heard anything back yet. So
Okay.
I'm just keeping in regular contact. Because the grant was primarily through Woodside Fire, we'll likely hear from them and let us know.
I guess the follow-up to that, to Jennifer, is am I correct to assume that one of the benefits also of waiting to report in the late summer, early fall on your learnings and proposals within what's the name of the your subcommittee group that's working the finance and insurance subcommittee. I guess I'm wondering, is the assumption that, you could potentially then use the funds from that grant to blow out some of the goals that you have enumerated here in this report?
No. So first of all, if we get the money from this grant, it's already defined. My understanding is it must be used for a matching grant. And I mentioned this in the report on page 2. It's got to be it's $900,000 over 3 years. It must be used for defensible space work. It's a $3,000 maximum 50% match. And that can't include any kind of home hardening. It must be for defensible space. The reason I am timing the report for summer is simply because my entire committee is participating in the Wildfire Preparedness Fair. And as I said, we're hoping to have 400 people, and it's just a tremendous amount of work. So it's on April 22nd. I'm going to give myself a week to relax, and then Wanda Jenner and I will be creating the draft of the report. It could take us a month. It could take us 3 months. It depends on all of the things we've learned in April when the insurance companies start reporting to the California insurance, the Department of Insurance, and they start learning things about what these regulations are really going to do. So once we get done with that draft, then my committee will start to tear it apart. And then we'll be getting wonderful feedback from residents and the fire district, and we'll revise the report. So it's just going to be a process. We want to make sure you get something that is comprehensive and has a lot of pros and cons, and it's a great starting point.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for Jennifer? Okay, then we will move on. Thank you, Jennifer. Great work.
All right, our next chair is Patty Dewis with the Parks and Recreation Committee. Patty.
Thanks, Jeremy. Good evening, everybody. The Parks and Rec, we did discuss our priorities at the last meeting. We have a budget about $27,000 a year. That is almost just exclusively used for Zots to Tots and the town picnic, which remains probably the best attended and most popular event of the year for the community. Last year, we had over 400 participants in Zots to Tots, and the picnic attendance was very, very high. As a result, it's getting much more challenging to manage the logistics, street closures, number of volunteers, et cetera, but we are managing. We hope to repeat that success next year, this year, and I think the budget of $27,000 will be sufficient to handle that. I don't think any major changes are needed there. Next big priority is court usage. Become a hot button in town. As you know, or as maybe you don't know, the number of pickleball players continues to grow. We have between 20 and 30 using the courts daily at group times. Special events can attract between 40 and 50 players, and they have those quite frequently. We do have good news. Talked to Howard today. The rolling pickleball nets that the town council approved last July are on the horizon. The rains did set us back, but Howard does have a contract with a paver to come in next week and pave the area that we have identified to store the nets, where we will store the nets. They're just outside the tennis courts. And we have agreement with the Conservation Committee as well as with Public Works and with Parks and Rec on that space. So once we pave that area, then we will order the rolling pickleball nets. Public Works has been really great. During the time we've had to take another look at this, they've identified nets that were lighter and easier to roll around. So, and cheaper, and less lead time. So I think that's great. That's the good news. With those rolling pickleball nets, probably here within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I'm hoping, I anticipate the court usage will skyrocket. And I think there's a lot of pent up demand for people who want to be able to go down and play pickleball on the courts outside of group time. And the rolling pickleball nets will allow them to do so. Consequently, one of the things we've taken a look at is we have upgraded the court reservation system that we use called SCEDA. We were using a free system. Now we think we need to enable more features. It's $390 a year. Jeremy has approved that. So the Parks and Rec Committee will be taking a look at how do we use that court reservation system with so many more users and enable, the ability for individual pickleball groups to make reservations, still enable group time, still enable tennis reservations, and do that on only 2 courts. So my expectation is that our need for a longer term solution in this area does not go away. I think this will certainly help. But I'm going to be working with Jeremy on following up on some of the issues that were, or questions that were raised last time we brought the option of dedicated pickleball courts to the town council, and potentially revisiting that in 3 to 6 months when we have more data about court usage and more data about, input from the tennis players and other people who use our courts. So that's court usage, big priority, but again, hopefully not a lot of dollars there. Third priority is our dream of a dog park, but there's nothing on the horizon there. We continue to have discussions with the groups in town to see if we can come to some solution. I continue to have dreaming sessions with Jeremy. Don't take that the wrong way, on finding land for a dog park. Neither of us have been able to come up with that yet, but it is on our list. Speaking of grants, and Jennifer and I had a brief conversation about this, and I do support the idea of a part-time grant writer. We are still in the running for a California State Parks and Rec grant of $180,000, which we have potentially identified as a partial solution to long-term bathrooms at Ford Field. I know Jeremy's done great work in getting us an interim solution that he's worked with on Little League Park, but that's not a long-term solution, particularly if we anticipate that use of that Ford Field Park will increase. So if we could actually share or utilize the talents of a part-time grant writer, we have that grant. And I know there's a lot of California grants that come out for Parks and Rec as well. So just visibility to those, and what could we possibly get to potentially address some of our other Parks and Rec priorities. The other priority that we talked about that's a little bit new is something we might be sampling or trying to try out this year. And that's an event to try and continue to bring our community together. One of the things we talked about was having game nights. Maybe having something at the town center once a month, a bingo night or a board game night or a trivia night or a card game night, maybe a teen night with foosball and air hockey. Just something to kind of think about. Can we bring people together in a very non-threatening environment, just for people to have fun and get to know each other? We might need a small budget for, table rentals or refreshments, things like that, but I don't anticipate anything large there. And we're going to continue to kind of build out that idea in our meetings going forward. And I think that's it.
Thanks, Patty. I believe Jeremy had a quick comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I wanted to follow up on the comment related to bathrooms at Ford Field. Staff has been working closely with our partners at Little League, who is, as you know, one of the two portable restrooms at that facility are owned by them, and they open that up during games. And they've been looking to upgrade their facility to something nicer than the one that they have out there right now. So we're getting closer to actually having something there. This is something that they would purchase and they would own. So we're working on final details. But to Patty's point, it's not a long-term solution, but this would be similar to how their current facility is used. It would be open during games only, and then the facility that we own is open all the time. Thank you.
Other questions for Patty? Parks and Rec?
Patty, it's Mary, and I've always you've just been such an amazing hard worker on this. I'm hoping you're getting enough support for Zots and Tots. And that's my question. My comment is that I would love to see leaders in the town, community, in governance or in any other way, considering sponsoring a table or something like that, where they could actually you could have groups of people, not necessarily the kids, but the older people too, getting to talk together, like we did in the old days, where Bill Lane would have a table. Everybody would sort of have a table, and then they would, if they wanted special people to get more involved in the town, they would invite them to come sit with them. And then that just did a whole lot for volunteering and sense of recognition as well of the people who are volunteering. So I throw that out there as a suggestion, and I'd be happy to help you whatever way I can, Patty.
Thanks, Mary. I'll take whatever help I can get. We do have, we do offer to all the committees to have a booth at the town picnic, which allows them to be able to, staff it and to put out what they're working on and little games and things like that. And we get a great turnout there. Committees do a great job, and people can go around and talk to the committees and hopefully get interested in volunteering as well. We need volunteers on the Parks and Rec Committee. It's a lot of work, and we'd love to share the pain and the reward.
Judith, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. Patty, it's great to see that you are in fact so busy, because during the pandemic, it was one of the few outlets that we had, but to see the uptick in participation, it's just really good news for me that we have these problems to deal with, that people are coming out and really engaging. So I encourage you to continue to be creative about how to engage even more broad ranges of people in town. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments for Patty? Okay, great. Thank you, Patty.
Next, we have our newest chair, Brooke Coffey with Nature and Science. Brooke.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Great. Yes, please bear with me. I've only been doing this now for 3 weeks, but excited to be leading this committee, and we're planning this following year to double the amount of public events that we did last year. We are going to be again holding the Star Party, which was a huge success this year. It really surprised us. We had over 300 people come to that event, and we had 4 telescopes. So next year we're hoping to double the number of telescopes so that we can have even more people attend, because it was great success. But we are going to be adding another event this spring. We're going to be hosting a compost day, so looking at soil health and having some fun education and positive engagement with the town. So we're looking forward to that. So we've already finalized our proposed budget, and we're glad to say it's $2,500 for the year to get a lot accomplished.
Great, thanks, Brooke. Questions for Nature and Science?
Greg, I just wanted to say welcome, Brooke. She's a neighbor, and she'll do a terrific job.
Yes, yeah, thank you for stepping up and being chair of that committee, Brooke.
My pleasure. And I also would like to recognize Yvonne Trice and her many, many years of dedication. And she started the committee, and we're sad to see her go, but we're hoping that we can continue to make her a emeritus member of our committee. And we've been talking with Jeremy, because she's only going to be able to join us via Zoom. So trying to figure out the legalities of how we can still have her participate in meetings.
This is, through the chair, this is a priority for me. We will figure that out.
Thank you. And thank you all for your hard work that you do.
Thank you.
I was just going to second Craig's comment. Thank you very much, Brooke, and I'm so glad that you've stepped up in this role.
Well, any other comments on it? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brooke.
All right, next is Scott Elrod, who's the chair of sustainability. Scott, please.
Great, yeah. So for sustainability, I think the main emphasis of our work is information sharing, trying to encourage people to adopt more sustainable practices. It's challenging, and we do that in a number of ways. The picnic is one way, but frankly, the number of people coming up to a table at the picnic has been relatively low, maybe 40 or so this past year. So we've really tried to up the number of things that we put out on PV Forum, and they'll start going out also on the town newsletter. And the other thing is we had a great book report done by one member of our committee, book entitled Fostering Sustainable Development, Fostering Sustainable Behavior. And it was quite sobering. Straight up information really doesn't do the job. There are many, many studies showing that doesn't get people to change behavior. It needs to be peer influence. And so we've really adopted more a strategy of storytelling about how each of us on the committee has made changes in our homes and problems we've run into, what that experience has been like. It seems to be working. There's a lot more dialogue on PV Forum now in response to some of those messages. Another area of information is the smart meter, smart water meter. Actually, the committee has been heavily involved in engaging Cal Water and trying to help them make some better decisions around certain technical performance attributes of the smart meters that they're installing. For example, the refresh time, so that you can learn about a leak before many, many days have passed. And that work, as you probably know, is going fairly slowly. There will be a time, though, when we want to do an all-town mailing, and maybe a mailing or two, to really educate people about how the smart meter works, how to get notifications set up on that. And so we'll be doing that whenever the time is right. It may not be this fiscal year. It may. We'll see how Cal Water does. The other thing we do for information sharing is actually in the form of loaners, equipment loaners. So we now have two items at the Portola Valley Library. One is a backup power unit. It's a battery. The idea being that people could try that out, and if they like it, maybe it will be a choice they'll make instead of getting a gasoline powered generator. And so that's been loaned out about 13 times to different households in town so far. And just coming online is an induction cooktop, really nice technology that allows one to get rid of gas, and it has a number of other benefits for fast cooking. So that's really on the information side. The other piece that we get involved with is helping town staff with plans and codes. Brandy and an intern have been working diligently on a climate action plan, which I think is going to get presented to town council in another month. You'll be the first to see it, but then our committee will get involved in that refinement of that plan. Electrification ordinances we participate in, and we're also helping launch a refresh of the water efficient landscape ordinance once the town staff has some more bandwidth to deal with that project. In terms of budget, our budget has been pretty modest. It's been $10K a year for several years in a row. It went down a bit this past year. I do think, and the dominant need for money is really the loaner devices that we've been purchasing and making available through the library. And then, information stuff related to the picnic. I think a mailing or two for the smart meter rollout will be important either this fiscal year or next. So I think our budget is still going to be around 10K. Lastly, I want to just mention there's a really interesting event that we're going to be hosting on February 23rd in the community hall. It's a hands-on climate simulation. It's a tool developed by the MIT Sloan School, which really has all of the different levers one can pull to try to mitigate climate change, renewable energy, carbon sequestration, carbon tax. It's got everything, and it's very well researched and documented. It's a very extensive model. And it allows community members to really do give and take, or trial and error kinds of experiments to see what it would take to limit global temperature rise to a particular number. And that's the outcome of the model. And so that's going to be on February 23rd, 7 to 9 p.m. And news of that will come out on PV Forum shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Questions for Scott and sustainability?
Great. I just wanted to say that I think the storytelling you guys have been doing was fabulous. What it took to sort of re-insulate my house was a great set of posts. And like you say, much more engaging than the general, like, oh, you ought to, increase your insulation to this R value. So I would say any of the storytelling you can do is really fabulous. It's the best thing that I've seen in terms of helping people approach these problems, because they're kind of hard if you're not in them every day. And so I really commend you guys for that and hope you'll do more. I was curious on the slow refresh rate on the meters. How does that compare to the flume? I mean, have you guys engaged with Cal Water on that?
Yeah, so I'm not going to be the person to give you chapter and verse on the flume versus the other meter they're choosing, but we definitely had an impact on them being willing to allow people to keep their flume if they already have a flume and want it. And sort of the communication process they're going to use with households, do you want to keep your flume, et cetera. The refresh rate, they had chosen a refresh rate for their meter, which was way too low. And so actually Rebecca Flynn has been the person who's interacted with Brandy and Cal Water. But for more detail, if you want more detail on the flume meter, probably have to get that from Brandy.
Okay, great, thanks. And then did you guys, the library, and this is sort of countywide, had this energy efficiency kit that you could check out? And it was kind of cool. It could have probably been a little bit more upgraded. Have you guys looked at anything like that and maybe a little more sophisticated version?
We're talking about a whole variety of things. We're talking about some like smart metering kinds of things. You can do measuring plug loads. We definitely, we're interested in further promoting the home energy analytics, HEA, which is a service made available for free to homeowners, and it's under the auspices of PG&E. And they actually look through your data, and they use machine learning to figure out, what's turned on when. And I did it, and one of the other members of our committee did it with pretty significant benefit. It's smart. So that's not at the library, but that's another sort of home energy analysis thing that we're gonna try to promote further. As far as what goes to the library, I'm not sure. We're sort of in a brainstorming mode about that, but I'll look at that kit. Where was it offered?
It was at the library. It was
Okay.
a thing that you could, the different branches, you could check this thing out, and it was a box of, temperature sensors and some other stuff. that
Okay.
you could basically sort of analyze your home.
Cool. Yeah, I will look into that for sure. Thanks.
Yeah, cool. And then I would just add a plug for HEA. They're a sort of local business out of Los Altos Hills. So support local business.
Okay, other questions for Scott? Okay, thanks, Scott.
Thank you. Next is Nancy Lund with Historic Resources. Nancy, please. Nancy, if you're there, you'll need to unmute.
I am. I was clicking and clicking and clicking, and finally it happened. So the people of the Historic Resources Committee would like everybody in town to come and visit us in the Heritage Room and the archives adjacent to the library. We have quite a collection of maps and documents and artifacts and photographs, some digital and some not. We have artifacts from the Indians whose works we found here, Rancho days, and up to and including the recent storm that just flew by. So we'd love to have you come and take a look. A few years ago, the county library was thinking about starting up a historic archive, I guess, online for the county library systems. And so they hired two professional archivists who came from the National Archives Society or something, and they came to Portola Valley. They spent a full day in our collection looking at everything and taking notes and asking questions and writing a report. And the library said that we had the best archive history room in the county. So come and visit us. We would be happy to have you do that. We also are the best source. If you have a historic question, we're the first place you should come to ask them. I've listened to people here say, we spent a long time trying to find out when Stanford bought that land there that is part of the wedge. Well, if you'd come and asked us, we could have told you probably pretty quickly. So don't forget that we are there to answer questions, and we have things for you to look at and enjoy. We have regular hours on Thursdays from 3 to 5 when we're always there. And we also have the collection of all the almanacs from the beginning up until the time they went digital. We have their archives. So we have all that information, which their records match the history of the town. So we have all that as well. On Thursday afternoons, we work on adding to the database. We have a database and catalog to the collection, but we are continually trying to add more to it so that it would be easily accessible and more available. And our fondest hope is that one day in the not too distant future, at least our database and our catalogs could be online so that people could easily check and see what we have. We have, I don't know, a couple thousand digital photos that people would enjoy looking at online. So the only thing I can imagine that we would need much of a expense for would be if we have to hire somebody who would know how to get us online. We don't know how to do that, and I don't know how interested the town is in having us do that, but we've been hoping for years that we could enter the modern era and have our information available online. So come and see us.
Thank you, Nancy. Other questions for Historic Resources?
Hi, Nancy, Sarah. This is a comment more than a question. I noticed in the consent agenda, we approved the addition of Terry Hicks on your committee, and I say you can tell him you can assign him digitizing the historic archives. You can tell
We've
him.
already talked to him about that.
That was my suggestion.
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
glad he's joined your team.
Yeah, we've talked to him already. Thank you.
Greg, I mean, it's just a comment. So Nancy, thank you. You've done such a wonderful job for so many years. So keep up the good work, but it's really fabulous. And I know I still owe you some historical information.
Yes, you do.
We all
Yes, you do.
Other comments or questions for Historic Resources? Okay, no, thank you, Nancy.
All right, next we have Gary Hanning from Trails. Gary, please.
Thanks, Jeremy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, wonderful. It's been an exciting year for the Trails and Paths Committee, but first I wanted to welcome Judith Haskell back to the Trails and Paths Committee as our new liaison. We welcome Judith and very excited to be working with her, and with the understanding she probably knows more than we know about the trails. So thank you. Our priorities. The Trails and Paths Committee is working on producing a new town trail map. For those of you in the know, probably recall that our current map came from a fellow named Dick Anderson, Richard Anderson, who was an avid trail user here in town. He lived in the ranch, passed away some years ago. But to his legacy, that map has left on and served our town incredibly well. And it's kind of sad to be moving on from it. I'll keep a copy. I hope that we give one to Nancy to keep as well, because a handwritten trail map has a certain romance to it that a machine generated map just does not. In support of our new town trail map, we have been actively verifying all the easements, the underlying easements associated with every trail that's on that map, with the idea being that the usage designation on the map matches what the easements say. And this is a tough job because a lot of these easements were granted back in the 50s and the 60s. And just the methodology they used back then to grant easements is so much different than it is today. We do find some modern easements every now and again, but usually they're quite old. And I must acknowledge the Public Works Department, Howard Young, for all his help in doing that. Howard is a specialist in that area. He's a superstar. He helps us interpret these easements. He helps us find them in cases when we can't. And it's been great partnering with him. We're not quite ready to release the new map. I know that our subcommittee that's producing it is really rearing to go there, but we do have to make sure that the usages all match the easements, and then we'll produce a new town resolution that will show that. We're also working on revitalizing and refreshing our Safe Routes to School trail map. This is something that has been done, was done several years ago by various parent volunteers who did a great job at getting this project off the ground. It, like the town trail map, relies on various usage designations on certain trails to support the ability for kids to ride safely on bicycles to school. So we're looking even closer at those easements to make sure that we're not putting kids on bikes on a trail that is not safe or otherwise isn't permitted. We're getting close to that too, but we also have a few danglers, if you will, trails that we just haven't been able to pull enough easement information to verify that the bikes are permitted on there. But we think we'll get there pretty soon. Another project we're working on, and this we just started, is a database. You can imagine going through the process of looking at all these easement grants, looking at various trail maps, various editions of the trail maps. There's a lot of useful historical data there. And very interesting, I'll share this with you because I know everybody would love to take a look at these. Howard Young, our Public Works Director, found a set of written easement maps for our trail system that was done by George Mader back in the 60s and early 70s. It's a work of art. It's really interesting to look. We have sent it off to be copied because we didn't want to damage it, but as soon as it's available, we're going to put it online as part of this database project. And in addition to that, we'll be putting all of the easement information we gather, all the historical data about how a trail came to be, what its name used to be, things of that nature. We don't want to lose that. And there's a lot of good information coming out of these projects that we're doing that we want to feed into that database so it doesn't get lost. So in terms of budget, those projects really don't require that much budget. As probably everybody on the council knows, and maybe everybody listening knows, the majority of the budget to perform trail maintenance is in the public works domain. It's not in the Trails and Paths Committee budget. So you can imagine the budget to maintain our trail system is quite large. So Howard manages that, and I won't be talking about that tonight. If there's specific questions, I can try to answer them, but really that falls into Howard's domain. But to assist Howard, we keep a running capital improvement project list prioritized that Howard can use to budget from. And these capital improvements can include anything from rebuilding a trail, adding new tread on an existing trail, creating a brand new trail. It could be any one of those things. And so we work closely with Howard on keeping that list current. And one of the things that's new this year is that we've folded in all of the improvements we would like to see for the safe routes to school trails into that capital improvement budget as a pretty high priority. When we say safe routes to school, we want them to truly be safe. And let me be clear for those who may not know what that program is about. It's really about kids riding bikes to school on the trail system. So for example, Alpine Trail, it's a safe routes to school, yet we have a couple areas there that we think we could improve. We don't want to say they're unsafe. We haven't had accidents, but we've identified them as needing some capital improvements for safety. So that has all been folded into our capital improvement list here and has been given to Howard. And I look forward to having some discussions on how we can prioritize safety on certain trails for the purpose of allowing the resident children to ride their bikes to school. You might recall many years ago, because before COVID, our major public outreach program was the horse fair. And we were not able to do it, obviously, during the COVID years. And last year, though, we were getting ready to do it. And of all bad luck, there was actually an equine virus that was introduced into our area. Again, a type of virus that could spread very rapidly among horses, not humans. So we had to make the call to cancel the horse fair in 2022. The vendors all bring horses and ponies from different areas, and we just couldn't take the chance of this disease spreading. But this year, that's behind us, and so we look forward in 2023 to bringing the horse fair back. Another outreach program that we do is the community hike. And that's also been canceled largely due to COVID, but it's coming back this year. We're working on it. We budgeted for it. And we hope we can pull that together in 2023. We usually have it in the fall. We like to do it before the weather gets too rainy, but we don't have an exact date yet, but it will probably be in the fall. And then I think it's really important, and I do this every year that I have done this, is I recognize Public Works for their amazing effort in taking such good care of our trails. We had this very serious storm systems, a number of storm systems come through in December, really did a number on some of the trails. And Howard and his team were out there in some cases overnight, in some cases the next morning, removing trees, rerouting water, fixing water bars, and working hard to keep the trail system open. I was out there today, and I have to say it's back in pretty good shape. And so major shout out and thank you to Public Works for everything they do to keep our trail system going. I also want to acknowledge the Westridge Architectural Supervisory Committee. They're the folks that maintain the Westridge trail systems. I've mentioned a number of times that the Westridge trail system is not under the jurisdiction of the town. Therefore, the town does not pay for the maintenance. The town employees do not perform the maintenance. The residents of Westridge pay to have that all done themselves. And then as a wonderful gesture to our town, our community, and to the public at large, they permit everyone to use those trails. So major thank you. And I just can't, I think that's a great example how different sections of our community have come together for the benefit of the community as a whole. And Mary Hufty, thank you personally for that. That's all I have in terms of budget stuff. There's a few other things to talk about related to organizational things, but I'm going to leave that. It sounds like we're going to have a different discussion for that. So at this point, we'll just open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Are there questions for Trails?
More of a comment. Yep. Gary, I'm looking forward to re-engaging with Trails. That's how I got started volunteering for the town. And I'm really impressed to hear everything that you guys are doing and planning, particularly post-COVID resurrection of the Horse Fair and the community hike. So I'll be talking to you shortly.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Gary, you've done an incredible job. The effort of doing the easements is huge. And I think it'll put the truth back underfoot again, which is very important. And just to let you know, we're there to help.
Thank you, Mary. And, you know, I think it's worth mentioning that the Trails and Paths Committee is built is made up of residents that represent all different types of trail user classes. So when we look at these easements, we don't just look at, okay, is it okay for pedestrians? Is it okay for horses? But we look at other things. Is it okay for bikes in particular? Because we get a lot of community feedback that they'd like to see more bikes on the trails. So we look at it from that angle as well. And we're trying to do our best to represent every class of trail user in this effort. And we're very close, I think I can now announce this, we're very close to allowing bikes on Salsal Trail, both full-time and on safe routes to school. We have the easement information in front of us. We're trying to get a legal interpretation that supports what we believe the easements say. So we're getting very close there. So stay tuned for some exciting news for the cyclists in town.
Great. Other comments or questions for Trails? All right. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Rest of the committees? Oh,
Yeah, and before I go to Ann, I think Teresa Coleman, I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't know if you're here on behalf of conservation, but if you are, please raise your hand and I will promote you. All right. There you go, Teresa. And excuse me, Teresa. Oh, where did Teresa go? There we go. Teresa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, please take it away.
I'm not sure exactly, Jeremy, what you had in mind.
Oh, I'm sorry, Teresa, if I thought you were here on behalf of conservation because I didn't see Catherine. If you're not, that's totally fine.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm here because I want to be involved in my community and I wanted to hear what the other committees were saying. I'm sorry, but.
No, not at all. It's good to hear your voice.
Okay.
We'll, put you back to attendee. Thanks, Teresa.
Sure.
So I was going to ask you, are the commissions going to share something or are we going to share something on their behalf tonight?
I don't see anyone from ASCC, and Anne is a member of the Plan Commission, but she's no longer chair. I believe John Golden is. So I think that is she still chair? Excuse me. She's technically still chair. And if you want to say anything, please raise your hand. If you don't, it's okay. You don't have to. And that looks like no comment.
I know she was interested in another item, so she might just be.
Okay. I think that's everyone.
Okay, yeah, I thought so too. Okay, I'll take public comment now, just before we come back to our discussion of the other items. So Rita's had her hand up for a while. Thank you, Rita. Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to say thank you to all the members of the different committees for volunteering their time and energy to the town, and excited to hear what Jennifer was talking about, what a possible grant writer that could perhaps do some grants for a variety of needs in our town. And Dale, you may have thought people forgot about your presentation, but thank you so much for sending a postcard about those zones. Of course, we need electricity and Wi-Fi to really make it work. But if you can add your to your mailing the AM radio station that we can all contact, that would be really helpful, because every so often I ask somebody, what's that station? And they don't know it. And so if it could be on that card, and perhaps the town can even put it on the bottom of some of the messages we send out so that everyone knows what that station is. And Patty, as a sports person, thank you so much for what you do for recreation. It really makes a difference. And you know, growing up in New York City, if it wasn't for our parks and our playgrounds, you know, things would be a lot different. And as we welcome more people into our town, we're going to need more recreation facilities. But thank you all that are doing volunteering, including the council members.
And Jeff, for the record, AM 1680.
AM 1680. Yes, thank you, Craig. Okay, thank you, Rita. Next up, looks like Carolyn Vertonghen. Carolyn, go ahead. Carolyn, you're still mute. Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. It's really energizing to hear all the comments of the residents who really put their efforts in there, and I really commend them for their time, efforts, and persistence. I don't want to exclude any names, but I particularly would like to thank Greg for the safety committee. I hope you get this, what is it, the radio connection at the Wilder Tower. This should have been done a long time ago, and we had hoped that staff would do it, but they didn't. So again, residents are working to have it accomplished. Nancy, if you want new people, we're eager to follow up with the historic events of this town. So let us know if you need volunteers. I'm willing to participate. Gary Haining, I mean, really, I'm very surprised that the bicycle, pedestrian, and public safety is not represented. I have volunteered, and Mayor Alf, I don't understand. I have submitted my application earlier this year. we need new people to represent bicycle, pedestrian, and traffic safety. You know, this is a committee that is so important for this town. We're willing to work with everybody because as you remember, and I hope you remember or you understand the general plan, we have all these committees and we're all supposed to work together to benefit this town. We anticipate a change, we're ready for change, but we have certain principles, and in order to accommodate change, we have to acknowledge our, well, some people say, and I appreciate what they're saying, this is our constitution. These are the rules of our town. So really, I don't know where I left off, but Mr. Taylor and all new council members, please ask questions. In regards to the grant, I hope, I have asked this before and I never got an answer, but we have this new sophisticated government tool. Ask the town manager and the finance committee, you know, how much we spent in joint powers, you know, that are supposed to, you know, when we sign these agreements, they were supposed to give us facilities, or they were supposed to give us grants. It was supposed to be financial advantage. So there's so many contracts we have signed, and I'm talking, for instance, ACD. You know, if you sign an agreement for ACD, 21st Element, and urban planning for
Carolyn, you're over time.
$500,000.
Please wrap up.
Yes, what are we getting back? So perhaps these grants don't work because we're an affluent county or an affluent city, and we should re-examine this because we spend too many taxes for what we get back. So there's other ways to re-examine this. And you know, one of the ideas is a charter city. So we really can get the money out of our taxes and spend it wisely. Thank you very much. But there's a lot of things that we should do. There's so much energy in this town, and I hope you will serve it well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Christy. Christy Corley, go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for all your work on the committees. I always am excited to listen to this part of the council meeting because it's a nice summary. I am interested in two things with the committees, that being recreation and conservation and open space. So I'm wondering how these three committees can work together to create conservation easements for our parkland and for our recreation land, so it remains in use for such things as Ford Field, soccer field, and so on. So conservation easements offer effective and flexible protection and are one of the most frequently used tools for conserving private land. The voluntary legal agreement protects the land by permanently limiting some of its uses that would compromise the conservation values or the landowner's goals of the property. So I'm just hoping that these three committees can do some research on parkland, recreation land, and anything that has to do with conservation. So I'm just really encouraging that and more research in those areas. Because I play on softball, I enjoy co-ed softball. Our kids played in the playground next to us. It is valuable that we keep these lands for our families of the future. I also want to say that I support the grant writers for all the committees, not just certain committees in town, and that if the town grant writer could find grants for each of these committees to utilize for each committee to realize their options in the state and the grants that are available. For example, OBAG Cycle 3, it's OBAG stands for One Bay Area Grant. And 30% of the grants would be for a community such as ours. And that includes these things: habitat restoration and enhancements, protection of natural resources and open space and agricultural lands, bicycle and pedestrian access improvements, and urban greening. So these are what our community is all about. So I am all for every community knowing what grant is available to them, because I think the grant writer has to go out and do research to find them. And I encourage the OBAG 4 application in summer and spring for 2024. So we have to be looking for that grant. We have to fill out that grant, and it's for many things, even for roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Nan Shostak is here, perhaps wanting to comment on geologic safety. Go ahead, Nan. Nan, you might, oh, there, nope. You were unmuted for a second there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it was weird. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Jeff, I am here representing the Geologic Safety Committee. First, I'd like to mention that the committee has changed council liaisons. And Jeff, thank you very much for helping us in the past. You've really been very helpful. We appreciate your advice. And we wanted to welcome Mary, whom we saw at our meeting 2 days ago. And she took copious notes. Thank you. So we will be very, very happy to work with Mary now. Okay, so we have, like the Emergency Preparedness Committee, we've been involved in the safety element update, and we were delayed because of the power outage and internet outage a few weeks ago from having our planned meeting. So we just had our first meeting on the safety element 2 days ago. Got through most of the items, and we're planning to finish up next week and to have a formal discussion of priorities for fiscal year 23-24. But I can share some thoughts with you for things that have been discussed. So it's not final, but that have been discussed informally. Some of them I'm pretty excited about. One is, finally, mapping historical fault ruptures. There's a lot of information from exactly what happened here in the 1906 earthquake that hasn't quite made it to our maps or to public awareness, any awareness really. It's there in the historical record, and we'd like to pull it out and take a look at it and see whether it's appropriate to add to the town maps. That project, if done properly, might take a laptop and a software license, and the total cost would be probably between $2,000 and $3,000. I'm guessing maybe $4,000 total. Another thing we'd like to do is take a proactive stance on resilience of utilities, resilience of infrastructure. That was a major point of discussion on Monday. And we've discussed whether, and you were there for this discussion of actually a couple of meetings ago, I think, Jeff, meeting with utility companies and representatives from the town to figure out exactly where our utility lines cross our faults. And so we can start to think about protecting the utilities from fault ruptures in advance. For instance, installing utility shut-off points. Yeah, I mean, if you know, for instance, where the San Andreas crosses Portola Road near the town center, you could put utility shutoffs for water, for gas. I'm not sure about sewer, on each side of the expected rupture zone, and protect our utilities so we wouldn't have gushing water. We wouldn't have, who knows after an earthquake, how soon we'll be able to get utility people out here to fix our pipes. So we want to start thinking about what we could do as a town to protect ourselves from a disaster, from utility rupture. That might result in a mapping project too. Another item that we've discussed is a communications project, outreach, probably to newer residents or maybe to everyone, to have to write a non-technical, understandable explanation of the exact tectonic situation here and our seismic hazards, so everyone can be on the same page. Because everyone knows the San Andreas Fault runs through town, and we should have our emergency supplies ready, but we forget that there's a lot more to it than that. And I have a question for the council on this. I think it would be helpful to have a sort of a handbook for new residents or newer residents on the town website that could cover town governance, could cover the committees, and committees, for instance, wildfire, emergency preparedness, geology, and I don't know who else, sustainability, conservation, could put more technical information like what I've just described into the handbook. So I'd be interested to see whether there is any interest on the within the council to do something like that. I'm just floating the idea. Another idea we've talked about is really bringing the concept of cascading hazards to the forefront, and that is earthquake perhaps triggers another earthquake in the San Andreas, triggers another fault, triggers fires, we have gas line ruptures, we've got landslides, so one thing after another. And then there's another kind of hazard you consider cascading hazard, a burned slope from a wildfire in the next season will probably have mudslides, something like that. So we'd like to get the emergency committees together, maybe even informally, for a discussion of the overlaps of the committee and discussion of the potential for really disastrous hazards in town, not just one hazard at a time, which is how most things are considered these days. Last week, I guess last thing is if there are going to be any map changes that the consulting geologist is going to propose, then we'd like to discuss map changes with the geologists before they're put before the planning commission and the council. We have a meeting next week to, I think I mentioned that, to finish up the safety element, and we'll write a formal report for you on exactly what we've decided we'd like to do for 23-24. So that's it.
Thank you, Nan. Are there questions for geologic safety? Okay, I don't see any. So other than we're done with committees and commissions.
Yeah, so that's the committees are, sorry.
Is it too late to ask a question?
No.
Nan, is it likely that we're going to get a regular scheduled meeting coming up, a schedule of meetings?
That would help, wouldn't it, Mary? If I would like to do that. And if I can get other people on the committee to agree to that, hasn't been the case for a long time, and it's been less than a year that we've been active again, really. I'll bring that up at the next meeting. Okay, thank you for suggesting that.
Thanks for your work. There was a lot of material for one meeting, and you might be happier if you could take it in smaller bites.
I think we would. That's true. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to bookend, a little repetitive from my previous comments, but the next steps are February 8th, first of two council priority study sessions. February 8th and March 8th is where they're tentatively scheduled for now. And then in April, May, we'll be inviting the committees to come forward to make their annual reports on what they did in the previous year. And we'll also be sharing around that time the final council priorities list for 23-24 with the committees, and we'll start drafting the budget and bring that forward. So thank you very much. Really appreciate hearing from all the committee chairs tonight.
Yes, I agree. Thank you to all the committee chairs for being here. We will move on. It is 9:18. I think we will take a short break because we have a long item coming up next. So we'll come back. We'll be back on at 9:25, let's say. So we'll 7 minutes. Back in 7 minutes. We're back. Our next item is item 5B, which is an update on the housing element. Is Laura starting or who's leading off here?
Yes, Laura's going to kick us off. Laura, all yours.
Hi, thanks. Good evening, everyone. Let me share my screen. I have a brief presentation for you. Brief at least compared to some of the long presentations you've all seen me give recently. Okay, just a sec. Okay, so this evening, we're going to talk again about the housing element update process. Talk specifically about the zoning code changes and the timing of that. And we wanted to provide you an update on a couple of other things as well. As we've been going through this process, you're all aware that these meetings all have to occur in the public, as they should, where everyone can hear these kinds of conversations. So this is the second check-in that we've done with the council and with the new council in particular, to make sure that the council is aware of how things are going and to provide us any additional feedback and information as we continue to move forward with the process. So let's see. So first, I wanted to highlight a couple of additional outreach tools that we've recently put out into the public to make sure everyone's aware of these. First is a process FAQ. So on the website now, we have kind of a big picture FAQ that was produced earlier in the process. And now we have a specific FAQ that's related to like what the steps are and where we are in that process. And we'll continue to update that as we move forward and add additional questions and answers. And then we've gotten a lot of questions and comments about what was discussed when through all of the course of these many meetings. So our team has put together a table of all of the meetings that have occurred so far on the housing element, starting back in early 2021 and up until just a couple days ago. So it doesn't include the Planning Commission meeting last night yet. So this is just an excerpt of that table. It includes the body that reviewed it. So Council, Planning Commission, Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee, the date of that meeting, the topics that were covered. So these are kind of like the agenda titles that were included on the agenda. And then there's links to all of the materials, including the recordings, if appropriate, summaries, agenda, staff reports. And if it was part of a larger meeting, there also includes a timestamp, so you can go directly to that part of the video. And there's a length of time for the meeting so that people have a sense of what they're in for if they sit down to look at that video. And so we've totaled that up and we came up with 33 meetings that have been held on the housing element so far, with a total time of approximately 115 hours of public meetings and discussion. So these are available. They were released last week in the Thursday newsletter. They're posted on the website. We'll continue to update these and post them in more places to make it easy to find. So if residents are just getting involved in this process, this is a great place to go to get up to speed and to be able to look up a specific topic. So if you're interested, for example, in how does affordability work and how is it assigned, or maybe the affiliated housing program, or maybe ADUs, you could find it on this table and go to that place and know where to read about it or listen to a video. This is a reminder of all of the components of the housing element update that we're undertaking, the housing element itself, and then the general plan conformance amendments to make sure that the other elements of the general plan are consistent, and then the zoning code amendments to make sure the zoning code is consistent with the housing element, and then our analysis under the California Environmental Quality Act, which is called CEQA, and the town has completed an initial study mitigated negative declaration. That's the type of document that we've completed under the CEQA requirements. So now a little bit about housing element timing and what's been happening. So likely at this point, everyone participating tonight knows that the town has been working very intensively for about 17 months So we started before that, but the intensive portion has been about 17 months. And we got the council direction to really try to adopt the housing element by January 31st of 2023. And that's the deadline that's included in the state law. There has always been an acknowledgement that it would be very challenging to complete the housing element and the associated actions on that time frame. And at recent meetings, dealing with the public and the Planning Commission, a lot of items have been coming up, many of which we kind of expected, but some of them also raised new questions and new concerns. So staff has been conducting direct outreach to property owners and concerned neighbors in response to those items. The planning commissioners, a couple of them, as well as some residents, asked for additional participation by the Woodside Fire Protection District. They wanted the fire marshal to participate in the meetings leading up to the housing element approval. So we've been working with the fire marshal to get that scheduled. And so we anticipate right now that the fire marshal will attend at least one upcoming meeting. That's tentatively scheduled for February 15th Planning Commission meeting. We still need to make final confirmation on that, but we're expecting that to happen pretty quickly. So that answers a question that's been coming up from many members of the public over the last week or two, especially. And we realized that while much progress is being made on those important topics, there was still more time that was going to be required. And so we realized that it was no longer possible to adopt the housing element by January 31st. So we've been working on revised schedules and revised approach, and we wanted to make sure that the town council is fully aware of this. We know that you are, but we wanted to make sure the residents are, and we have a chance to talk about it in this forum as needed. So I also wanted to provide to you some recent updates that have been happening to bring you up to speed and to provide context for any discussion or direction that you might provide to us. Specifically related to the housing element itself, as I mentioned, we've been having communications with property owners and concerned neighbors, and we've made progress in several areas. And there were a number of things that came up as we were starting to work through the zoning, as people started to imagine how the housing element was going to be implemented. And as we started to figure out exactly what language should go into the zoning and what perhaps should be included in the housing element itself. So we've been making progress with those neighbors. We've had good communication with some of the Nathorst neighbors, for example, and we're moving forward on a number of those things. One thing that we wanted to point out to you, however, is that the owner of 4394 Alpine, Jim White, that some of you know, he's participated in a number of these meetings. We've had recent communications with them that we wanted to bring to the attention of the council. So in December, Jim expressed some concerns to staff, and we met and we offered some potential solutions. And we have been thinking that we would be able to reach a resolution on those items. Over the last several days, however, Jim informed staff and made a comment at the Planning Commission meeting last night that they would not support their site being upzoned as part of the housing element. So right now it's programmed for up to 23 units in the housing element, and they have indicated that they are not supportive of that happening. They noted to staff that they feel the town has not been supportive of affordable housing in general. And some of you are aware as a separate item that they applied for a fee waiver from the town council for their Willow Commons project, which is next door to this site, and it was not approved. So we've exchanged a number of emails, had phone conversations, and this is the most up-to-date information that's available to us just as of today, since the meeting last night, and as of the business day today. And then in regards to the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, the technical team prepared a very detailed response to comments, and that was released on January 20th in advance of the last Planning Commission meeting. And so what a response to comments includes is all of the public comments that were received during the public comment period, which was 30 days. And then we took all of those comments and we noted that there were a number of them that were listed multiple times. Many people had the same basic questions and comments. And so we created what's called a master response. And there are 8 master responses that cover some of the primary topics of the CEQA analysis and those areas of those questions. And so those are listed first, basically, so you can see those master responses. And then as you go through the document, you can see all of the comment letters and the main points of all of those comment letters and the response to all of those. The format of the response to comments is very similar to what you would see associated with an environmental impact report, because in fact, that's what's typically done for an EIR. This kind of response to comments is not required for a mitigated negative declaration, but because there's such a high level of interest from the community and so many comments and so many really excellent comments, and it's such an important topic, we wanted to make sure that people had answers to those questions. I wanted to point out, if you're interested in reading that document and you haven't started yet, we are going to assemble a table of contents. So we did already receive that feedback, and we'll be adding a table of contents to the top of that to make it a little easier to navigate. As you could imagine, we have a very large number of comments, so it's in the multiple hundreds of pages, right up around 400 pages to respond to all of that. So the Planning Commission held a special meeting last night and reviewed specifically the initial study mitigated negative declaration and the response to comments. We had our technical consultant team available to answer questions if there were any from the Planning Commission. So there was public comment and questions and quite a good discussion last evening to be able to move forward with that process at upcoming meetings. And so now is the main topic of the memo that was included for you in the staff report. As we've been working through this process, everything has continued to evolve, as the council is well aware, and some of the priorities have shifted, and the timing has continued to evolve also. So when we started this, we assumed that we'd be doing the zoning code amendments at the same time as the housing element adoption. And we continued to receive that feedback from the council on several occasions leading up to this point. But now that it's taking a little bit longer, and the council has an opportunity to consider the potential consequences of not adopting the housing element as quickly as possible, staff wanted to propose a potential alternative approach for your consideration. And that is to separate the zoning code amendments from the housing element adoption. So in this scenario, the town could proceed with the housing element, the conforming general plan amendments, and the initial study mitigated negative declaration now, according to council direction. And then after those things are adopted, we could resume the Planning Commission review of the zoning code amendments, thus separating them out so the zoning code amendments would follow the housing element adoption. We assume that this would save time and limit the potential consequences of not having a certified housing element. We've laid out for you in the staff memo some potential advantages and disadvantages of this approach. In particular, we think the potential advantages would be to allow the community to focus more on the housing element and then transition to the zoning code instead of trying to do both at the same time. It'll allow our new planning commissioners a little bit more time to get up to speed, and we do think that it would save some time. In terms of potential disadvantages, the one that I wanted to point out, we don't know the likelihood of anything happening in the development world, but there is in the second bullet, if you've got your staff report there, if a multi-family housing project application is filed on an undeveloped housing inventory site during this interim period, then the only standards that would be applied to those would be those in the general plan and the housing element. So there wouldn't be zoning in place yet to apply to those sites. We have, just a very few number of sites in our housing element. So there's a little bit of risk analysis involved in that in terms of the likelihood of something coming forward in that case. So that's the one that I wanted to point out to you. And then in terms of the potential schedule, we've laid that out in the staff report as well. The key things summarized here. Right now, we've got February 15th, which is a regular planning commission meeting, as the tentative date for the planning commission to have a public hearing and talk about the housing element and the associated actions, general plan, ISMND, and consider making a formal recommendation to the town council. And then that would allow all of these materials to come to the town council in late February, where you could consider the housing element again and all associated actions. It may be necessary in your judgment to have any kind of special meetings or multiple meetings for the council to consider that package of materials. So that gives you a sense of where we may be going. We would look for your feedback upon the importance that you place on the Planning Commission considering continuing to move as quickly as they can with this item. We have tried to address the main aspects that the Planning Commission has asked us to. So we are fairly close to being able to get a planning recommendation on the entire package of materials. So that concludes my presentation. I'm very happy to receive your questions and look forward to your feedback.
Are there council questions for Laura to begin? Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
First, Laura, I just want to say thank you to you and Cara for the incredible job you guys did in the Planning Commission meeting last night. The ISMND, the work on the response to that was outstanding. I think I was pleased to hear that it seemed like all the planning commissioners were also, very impressed with all the work and Herculean efforts you guys put in and thoroughly answering the questions and organizing them in a digestible way. I think a lot of us here were on that call to see that, but just for those who are on this call who weren't on that one, I just wanted to say thank you and recognize your efforts last night in that meeting. My question is, at this point, the end of February is just about a month away. And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but are you feeling confident in your ability to complete the housing element and get these meetings in so that we can get to approval by the end of February? And my question about that is my just concern overall about continued creep. So I just was wondering, if there were any risks to that right now that you would want to share. And then secondarily, in terms of the zoning, if you have any best guess, and I know you don't have a crystal ball, of how long that process might take. And I'm assuming work would be ongoing in parallel, but then it would obviously then continue after the end of February. So just two questions on timeline there.
Okay, great. Thank you. I saw several of you in the meeting last night. Thank you for coming and engaging with this material in the Planning Commission forum as well as members of the audience. So as we're looking ahead on the calendar, and I've been working closely with the chair of the Planning Commission also on this in terms of what we think is feasible. The Planning Commission has made very good progress on the general plan conforming amendments and on the ISMND, and has given us good feedback on some other elements of the housing element itself that we still need to implement. So the main thing that the Planning Commission will be seeing with fresh eyes will be the housing element itself. It will be presented to the Planning Commission with supporting materials that we think will help them in their review. So they'll get red line strikeout and they'll get a table with the changes and why we made the changes. So I think there will be at least some ease in reviewing that document because we all know it's pretty large, so they'll be able to focus their review. So if the Planning Commission is able to complete that review on the 15th, they would be making their formal recommendation. And in order to, kind of maintain that strong timeline with the Planning Commission, we'd really be looking to the council to hear from you whether that's a strong priority for the Planning Commission to move through that as quickly as possible. Then the town council, have regularly scheduled meeting in February on the 22nd. I believe you already have quite a bit of agenda material in front of you at that time. And so that would be a matter of working with the mayor and the vice mayor and with Jeremy to determine the council schedule according to your direction of how quickly you would like to review it. But we staff anticipate that we could get something in front of you by the last couple of days of February, probably. In the scenario that we've presented to you before, we had to have 2 meetings because there was a zoning code amendment, which requires an ordinance. And an ordinance, as you know, has 2 readings, and you have to review it 2 times. And there's requirements about having one of those be at a regularly scheduled meeting. Since you'd only be reviewing the general plan, the housing element with the general plan, and the ISMND, you can do that at a special meeting. And legally, you could do it as quickly as 1 meeting, legally. That doesn't mean the council wishes to do that. But then it leaves it up to the council at your direction to schedule additional special meetings if you would like, or to hear that at regular meetings, through your normal communication on the agenda. So then we kind of leave it in your hands to decide exactly what schedule you would like it to be on. So depending on your interests, I think it could very likely be approved perhaps the very beginning of March, if you wanted to move at that pace. I do think that's feasible from a staff point of view. And then in terms of the zoning code amendments, in order to keep the housing element moving as quickly as possible, we would want to focus really solely on the housing element adoption and just put a little hold on the zoning code amendments right now with the Planning Commission, because I would not be able to staff both things working really hard in the month of February. But once the housing element was adopted, we could pivot right back to zoning code amendments with the Planning Commission and resume that work in March, is what I'm anticipating. So I hope that answers all the parts of your questions, and please let me know if there's anything else in there that I missed.
Other questions? Mary, do you want to?
Oh, go ahead. I was struck by you saying that you can just remove the zoning at this stage. I wonder if we can remove the general plan amendment as well, and then delay that so that we can have more community engagement.
Thank you. That's a great question. And the answer is legally, we cannot. So the state law requires all of the elements of the general plan to be consistent. And so in order to adopt the housing element, we also have to adopt the other amendments to the general plan. So the whole general plan will be consistent with itself. So legally, we do not have the option of just approving the housing element at this time.
Are you comfortable with moving ahead with changing the general plan without public input? Or do you feel you've already gotten sufficient public input?
Well, the Planning Commission has reviewed it, and I believe 3 public meetings. And the Planning Commission, I understood their consensus to be that they were comfortable with the general plan amendments, and they received a lot of public comment. We do have one commissioner that's still, I think, uncertain about some of the consistency items related to some open space elements. And he may still, Commissioner Targ may still present a colleague's memo to the Planning Commission for their consideration, but we don't know for sure whether he's going to do that or not. So I don't know, that all of the planning commissioners are, 100% settled, but they have indicated their general consensus that they're ready to move forward.
And the theory is that the state will automatically okay our new general plan.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. Could you please repeat that?
Well, I'm not completely sure about how this process works, but it sounds like you feel assured that the state will accept our amended housing element. I mean, our amended general plan. Seems as the state has to okay the general plan. Does it work to just do it by bits and drabs like this?
The state only has to approve our housing element. They don't have to approve the other elements of the general plan. So there's the safety element is a little bit different situation because that is required to be reviewed by CAL FIRE. But in general, HCD, which is the Housing and Community Development Department, reviews and certifies housing elements only. They do not review our other elements of the general plan.
Yeah, so can I,
I just want to make sure, Mary, did you have other questions? I thought
Yeah, I think I got it. I understand.
okay. Go ahead. Dave.
thanks. So I was still trying to get the timeline squared in my mind. So assuming if we were to approve the housing element in March, at that point, does it effectively take effect, or are we waiting for HCD to certify it? And kind of what happens, and then presumably during that certification process, the zoning stuff is going on. But I'm still a little fuzzy about when does the new housing element actually take effect and effectively prevent it from being subject to things like builder's remedy?
Okay, so I'm going to ask Kara to join me on this one, but I'm pretty sure that I can give you a complete answer. So once, since you're adopting the general plan by resolution, it goes into effect right away. It's not like an ordinance that takes 30 days to go into effect. So the general plan, there's a little bit of nuance there in the law having to do with referendums, but generally speaking, it goes into effect right away. So we are planning to prepare the housing element in such a way that we're going to make findings that we think our housing element is consistent with state law. And so we're going to present those materials for the town council to consider that. And when you adopt the housing element, you would be adopting those findings with it that say we think it's consistent with the state law. Then we would send it off to HCD for their certification and hope that they approve it. And what that does for us is if there's a builder's remedy application that comes in between the time that we adopt it and it's certified, then if we had to, in a court setting, we could make a case that our housing element is in compliance with state law, and therefore people cannot do a builder's remedy application. So that's the legal strategy. That's the prevailing best practice right now. And then eventually, in hopefully 60 days later, HCD will certify it, and then we can be finished with it. And then to the second part of your question, yes, our intent is that while the housing element is with HCD for their review for certification, during that time, we'd be working on the zoning code amendments.
Okay, and if I understood what you're saying, we could have a housing element, but not zoning, which then if somebody applied for a multifamily unit, the general plan would be the thing that would provide guidance because we don't have the zoning for it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's your question.
Yeah, I think that, I have a couple other quick comments. I guess I could make them, just get them out of the way. So the table of meetings.
If it's comments, why don't we?
Okay, yeah, that's
We'll
fine.
do a question. Public
Fine,
comment.
yes, thank you. Yes, yeah, median squared, yep, yeah. Okay.
So there's been a lot of meetings here, and on the planning commission, I may recall this incorrectly, but for a while, we were hearing that we have to make January 31st, and we have to do the zoning, we have to do all the four things together. And now we're kind of saying we don't need the zoning, or maybe we don't need it in the same way. I heard what you just said, but I'm getting confused about what HCD is going to look at. Did they do? I'm not seeing the advantage really in filing the housing element before the zoning, if the zoning is actually a requirement for HCD. And maybe we don't know, but I thought I recalled it that the zoning was needing to be done so quickly because HCD or the state needed it, as opposed to us wanting it to prevent a builder's remedy. Could you clarify that, please?
HCD does not require us to submit the zoning at the same time, submit it to them at the same time with the housing element. So that is not a requirement. So it is common, and some cities do their zoning code amendments after the housing element. The reason we were trying to do it together at the same time is because there's two different provisions of the law that apply to zoning code amendments, either if they're done with the housing element at the same time, or if they're done after. So if they're done by January 31st, or if they're done after January 31st. And our assumption was that the first set of laws to have the zoning completed by January 31st were more favorable to the town. So it has to do with zoning requirements and minimum densities and the review process. So it's a very nuanced and complicated portion of the housing element law. So we presented those things to the town council at the previous meetings. And I think this is the one that goes back, this goes back to the March 23rd of 2022 meeting, where we originally explained this to the town council to the best of our knowledge at the time. As you all know, the kind of interpretations and the way that people are looking at these laws has continued to evolve across the last year. And our housing element also continued to evolve as we were working on it. So we went back and we did an additional review of where our housing element ended up, like what we actually have in the draft housing element, and realized the consequences of that nuance in the law would not be as harmful for the town as we once thought, because of the way the housing element had turned out and because of the way that things had evolved. So we set that very strong deadline with the Planning Commission because we had gotten the direction from council to finish by January 31st. So it was a local sense of urgency to try to comply with that section of the law. I know it's very complicated.
Can you just clarify when that reanalysis was conducted?
I would say in December. Cara and I looked at it again. We've looked at it every couple of months. But when we looked at it again, we realized that the consequences would not be as bad as we had originally thought.
Okay. So I get the idea that we've got new comments, neighborhood discussions going on and site owner discussions going on. But those must have been going on for some time period prior to now. And one thing that concerns me is that we've only heard that the 31st is not achievable now. For example, we're now saying we'll have the fire marshal speak directly, but not until February. And why, I don't understand why we didn't hear from them earlier. I mean, I remain concerned in the big picture of not getting to that deadline, but what's not holding together for me is when we took our foot off the pedal, but also why we didn't line up the fire marshal, because I recall the Planning Commission wanted to hear from the fire marshal a while ago. Why we didn't line that up kind of in a more timely way. Is it just that things are happening too quickly? I have heard people not understanding how the timeline is playing out like this, and we have an important decision to make. So I do feel like we need to be understanding where we are. I mean, it's a variation of Sarah's point, which is, can we depend on February? Well, I think none of us have a crystal ball, but I do think however we go forward, we're really going to need to make sure the timing, and the fire marshal and the sheriff, the Planning Commission last night was talking about getting the sheriff's input. So I see a lot more coming up. And it just concerns me that the timing is surprising now. What are other can you tell us what other jurisdictions are? I saw that Atherton somehow is going to make the 31st now. Did they not, how, are they omitting the zoning? Like, what's our strategy relative to our companion jurisdictions locally? Do we know?
I don't know for sure. Atherton's been trying all kinds of things to try to finish it in time. They've had a lot of very strong resistance to that as well. They have a different approach to their environmental review. And to my knowledge, they will not have their zoning completed in time. So they're gonna be with the second set of zoning requirements, the ones that will now be in. And then Woodside, I think, will not be finished until April or maybe May, to the best of my knowledge. Hillsborough about the same, April or May kind of time period, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thanks.
No other questions? No, I don't think so.
Well,
Go ahead. If you have questions, and then we'll
I'm
come back. for
still
discussion.
confused. The consequences for the town that you were talking about, I was wondering about we talked a little bit about the fines. When do the fines start? It's one thing to talk about the builder's remedy, but do they start? When do they start? How long after? Is the fine, I guess to make it more clearer, is the fine start when you're not starting to build, or does it start from a certain amount of time after missing the deadline? When does it start?
Cara, if you could speak to that.
Sure. So we don't have a definitive answer. The HCD has discretion over when to start imposing the fines. They have funding to staff a new housing element compliance group. I forgot what the name of that particular group is. We've been hearing a lot about this group, but my sense is that they are completely overwhelmed. And so obviously they are having to deal with Southern California cities who are still out of compliance. And I don't believe that they have started the actual, there's a couple of outliers here, but they have not yet started to impose fees on Southern California cities, even though they are now, I think it's six months, or was it due February? I can't remember the dates, but it's yes. And so that makes sense when you have an enforcement agency. What enforcement agencies like to do first is to try to get voluntary compliance. And so they work with the cities and the towns, and they recognize that everyone's in their own set of circumstances. And so at this point, I think that we have developed, and that's why we have always given the advice to the council that trying to have a good relationship with HCD rather than antagonizing them through litigation, et cetera, in the end will be better for us. So we have been assigned a reviewer. He has been wonderful. He's been reviewing our housing element, little answering questions and reviewing draft language, making himself available, et cetera. So we're hopeful that with Laura's, relationship with HCD staff members and with the council's continued engagement on this issue, that we will not be considered one of those target, jurisdictions where we would see those penalties, accrue if we don't submit by January 31st.
Just one follow-up on that. There's the other potential penalty out there would be lawsuits filed by the housing advocates. And that could, we could be susceptible of that on February 1st if they chose to target us. Is that correct?
It is possible.
There's, in previous cycles, one of the mechanisms of enforcement was there are groups, housing advocates, who have legal standing to bring suits against cities who are not compliant. Menlo Park
Oh,
got
those
sued,
guys.
correct me if I'm wrong on
Yes.
this, Menlo Park got sued in 2014 because they were out of compliance. Pleasanton, I
Yeah.
believe in 2014 also got sued, and actually, I think they lost. They couldn't issue permits for several months because they were out of compliance, and the lawsuits from the housing advocates were the mechanism. That it's how it used to be done before this enforcement department got created. It's not clear to me if they're active in Southern California right now, or if there's where that stands.
Right. So they are active. There's an organization called YIMBY Law who has been sending form letters to jurisdictions that didn't get their first draft into HCD in time. And so a group of San Mateo cities did get letters from YIMBY Law. So yes, they are also looking at those issues. But again, I think they're going to target the cities and jurisdictions who are just flaunting their
So I
obligations.
still am unclear about this December reassessment. That the consequences for the town will be less. And what that reassessment was.
Oh, okay. That, I think that was in the, that took place in the meeting that we had with the new council in December, when we briefed the new council on the updated schedule. And at that meeting, we indicated that it would be, it looked like it was going to be more challenging.
Okay.
And that we did get direction to continue to try.
Okay, that's what we were talking
Yes,
about,
yes.
Can I just
Go
do
ahead.
one very
Of
short?
course.
So in terms of HED, is it just if the reviewer ends up approving our housing element, is that it? Or is there some panel or board that it goes through past the reviewer themselves?
Yes, I think there's 3 levels of review, but they, with our meeting, Laura was able to arrange to have a very senior reviewer who in fact reviewed Santa Monica's element on a very short time frame and issued the famous builder's remedy memo. She was in our review meeting, and she's one of the top supervisors. So she's also very familiar with our particular element and gave us some suggestions of ways that could help get faster approval.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there other questions right now? Okay, if there are no questions right now, then I will turn to public comment. I see 2 hands online, and if anyone wants in the gallery here wants to speak, you're welcome to. Rita Combs has her hand up. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comments. Can you please tell me how many people are actually at the meeting online and in the schoolhouse? And probably what was the max? Because we, as Zoom people, we have no access to that. And so if we could actually get that every hour during these meetings moving forward, that would be really helpful. And we're still missing, talking about submitting things, but we're still missing information from Woodside Fire. And I know it was said that, for Woodside Fire is going to be at a meeting on February 15th, but we've been asking about the voice of Woodside Fire for months. And then it's going to be then submitted the next week for the town council to approve. It doesn't seem that even minutes can be turned around within a week. I don't understand how all of this information and the Woodside Fire Department's input will be turned around within a week for some kind of approval. And what about the safety element and the Woodside Fire's voice on that? And the ISMMD, I don't hear Woodside Fire Department. It just seems everything's a little premature. And as I've mentioned in last night's meeting, some of the places that we're talking about building that on different maps don't seem to be, ideal areas that have some risk. Historically in the US, underprivileged people have had housing built in those areas near the train tracks, next to the flood zones, next to in the fire zone, in a mudslide area. And there are areas in the US that there's organizations in the US that are going after communities that do that. And, we're better than that. And hopefully we're not going to be doing that. So I just hope that, I'm confused about all these different dates. And I don't hear anything being finished to be presented, just lots of options. And we can do better than that. We have lots of smart people. We have this really great council right now. Is 3 new people that need to come up to par. Fortunately, 2 of them came from planning. They were in a lot of those meetings. Let's take a breather and actually look at this stuff moving forward. And I'd also like to know, how much has this cost us to date? I've looked at some of the warrant lists, but it would be really great to see how much we've paid in consultants since the beginning of this process. I mean, I'm sure it will be large, and I know we're going to talk about the audit soon, but let's look at that and what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. David Cardinal next. Go ahead, David.
Sure, thank you. First, I think this whole pointing at the staff and asking when they can get stuff done is like pin the tail on the donkey or something. Really, the 5 of you could approve a housing element this minute. The Planning Commission could approve a housing element this minute. I understand why you're not, but it's not for the lack of the staff working. People keep bringing up, bring me another rock. There's tons of comments in the housing element, which Laura has said over and over again from the fire marshal, the fire department, about these are the safest places in town. And then now we brought up the sheriff. It's like, well, of course there's going to be more demand, but there's going to be more property taxes. The same thing happens every time a house is built. If you want to wait another month to have a meeting with the sheriff, it's just kick the can down the road in my book. So either we need to decide we want to do something about housing, or we can just keep finding excuses to do nothing and pretend and live in a make-believe world. So I think we have to own up that it's the taxpayers, the town council's decision, whether we want to have a housing element and which parts of it we want to get approved, and whether we want to risk the downside or whether we care about the people who work in our town and want to live here. So I'm a big fan of ownership and taking it on and not, pointing fingers at the staff or who did this or what about December. We're here now. We have a chance to move forward. If there are real issues, let's get them resolved. But if we keep making up new issues every month, well, we'll be here a year from now. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Carolyn Bertongen is up next. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I don't agree with the previous caller, but I really enforce or recommend or acknowledge the comments that Rita made. There's so much unknown, and I really appreciate the comments and the questions of new town council members. These are the questions we have been asking for at least 3 years, and we have not gotten answers. We have a general plan. We strongly believe that staff has approved new developments without consulting the general plan, or, when we brought up issues that were not conforming to the general plan, they were being ignored. So, Mr. Cardinal, yes, we have a reason to object and to raise comments because there's so many issues. And let me raise another issue. The general plan on several, in every element, it says that we do have to be concerned about the capacity of our utilities. every element of the general plan demands to have the data from our utilities companies. And that data expires December 22. We have been building more than was anticipated in the previous general plan that was adopted in 2015. We have raised so many times the concerns that there are issues with our water, there's issues with our sewer, there are issues with our energy. And I find it very, I don't know the right word right now, but I'm very upset because when town council and staff ignores those issues, that is not good for the town. So we have a reason to be upset. We appreciate the new town council members to be very considerate and very concerning about the ongoing issues and deliberately not rushing into any decision making, because we have so many times said that the process that has been adopted by staff in the recent years is not conforming to our general plan and is not conforming to what we're used to. And now we have all these issues because of that. So I appreciate the staff. I appreciate every resident who commits to this town and provides their time to raise the issues, because it's very alarming. We need to resolve the issues, and
Carolyn,
we should
please
not
wrap up.
rush. We should not rush into this housing element. The safety element had to become first, and the town ignored it. And that's the major issue that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand raised here. I'll get to you next. Next hand raised here is Bob Adams. Go ahead, Bob.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. First, I admire what you guys are doing. What a tough job you have. I have two short questions. One of them is based on what I heard from Laura. You're trying to get the submission of the plan to HCD in early March, and I'd like you to confirm that that seems to be what you're trying to do. The second is you've got some writing in the plan, and when will that writing be available to the public to review? And those are my two questions.
As far as the first question, we'll be discussing that. I'm not sure what you mean by the second question.
You have a plan that you're going to submit to HCD, and you have an original plan, and now you have a modified plan. I'd like to know when the modified plan will be available for the public to review.
Well, we have a housing element we will be submitting, and that's currently available on the website, and it will be revised possibly between now and then. But I don't have a-
Or is he asking about the general plan? I don't know, Bob, if you can clarify which piece you're asking.
Let me give you a specific. So
Bob, I don't want to interrupt you, but I don't want to get into a lot of Q&A here. If you're,
I don't.
I can answer the question offline later, but I'm not sure I understand the question right now. So if you have another comment, please finish, but I don't.
So you're saying all the language that we see in the housing element right now is the updated current language from the original submission of the HCD plan. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Yes, the current version that is online is the version that was submitted to HCD for review. And then we received comments back, which we shared with the Planning Commission. And then we've had a couple of hearings with the Planning Commission, and they've given us some additional feedback. And I think, Bob, what you're referring to is once staff and the consultants incorporate that feedback into the housing element, that will be released in connection with the Planning Commission meeting. Probably not by the 14th, but hopefully the next meeting thereafter.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Rusty Day is here in the gallery. He will go next.
Thank you. I'd like to expand on the question and the point that Commissioner Hufty made about are we going to approve the housing element without addressing the other elements of the general plan? And the response that she got, I believe, from Ms. Russell was, yes, we're going to approve the housing element, and then we're going to conform all the other elements to the general plan. So let's play out what that means. Let's understand. Let's think this through and understand what we're talking about. The general plan currently adopts the Moritz map as the characterization of fire hazard in town. It identifies the highest fire hazard areas and the high hazard areas throughout town. And it specifies, the general plan currently specifies fire prevention policies in the highest hazard areas and in the high hazard areas. It prohibits development for human occupancy in the highest hazard areas unless there's an adequate assessment of risk and mitigation to protect against fire risk. It prohibits subdivisions in the high and highest hazard areas unless similarly there's an adequate assessment of risk and a mitigation plan put in place to address that risk. That's what the general plan currently requires. Now, the housing element that you're proposing would eliminate all that because you are putting dense new subdivisions, new zoning, new development in the highest and high hazard areas of town. So you're going to have to amend the safety element to erase all of those proscriptions in order to conform with the housing element that you have in front of you. What is the impact of that going to be on wildfire safety? The ISMMD does not assess that. There is no objective or competent assessment in the ISMMD of the effect of that. Well, don't take my word for it. Ask the fire marshal. Bring him in. Ask the fire district. What is going to be the impact of erasing those policies and in those areas designated by Moritz as high hazard area, highest hazard area, putting dense new development without any mitigation? I hope the fire marshal will answer that question.
Thank you. Next hand up is from John Silver. John, go ahead.
Thank you. I believe the prior speaker, but especially two speakers before that, said some things that are just incredibly inaccurate. And as someone who served in town government from 1977 to well into the mid 1990s, and then on the County Planning Commission, I've been active in town government since I was 22 years old, if memory serves, or is it 23? Anyway, I don't think our town has ever set out, or our staff, to violate our general plan, as a prior speaker said. It's just false. And in this day and age, we have so much incivility in our political dialogue, nationally, internationally, and also so much misinformation. We have an obligation as citizens to try to be accurate and to actually be factual in our comments. The town is not exhorting fire safety. As I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the town is waiting for CAL FIRE and the Woodside Fire Protection District to give us updated maps. We would have loved to have had those maps a year ago and updated our safety element long before now. But when those maps come in and our safety element is updated, it may require us to go back and change the housing element and other elements of the general. That can be done. That's what democracy and government do. And also, to hear, and excuse the tone of my voice, because I should use a civil and calm tone, but I find myself being so annoyed at the constant unfactual attacks on our town volunteers and our town government, and on democracy around the world in general. To say that the town has been unwilling to hear from the fire marshal, go back and look at emails that were revealed because of a public records request that I made, where the then vice chair of the wildfire committee tried to block testimony from the fire marshal, because he thought he'd been quote unquote seduced by our town manager. And that testimony could have been had by the wildfire committee. I believe it was February of last year. And in addition, in any case, I apologize for not being more concise, but I think to accuse town staff and our town government of violating our general plan is just plain wrong. I've been through many general plan review processes, and so much is said about our general plan today is just plain false and inaccurate. It's very disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up is Greg. Greg, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just a comment about our position with respect to the timing of these submissions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that Portola Valley is not an affordable housing RHNA dodger. Our history is quite exceptional. With respect to the last cycle, I believe our RHNA quota was 62, and maybe Laura can confirm the final number on December 31st, but we're close to 100. I think there would be very few communities in California that exceeded their RHNA quota in the last cycle by close over 50%. So that should put us in very favorable light with the folks in Sacramento. Then I have a couple of questions. I guess we have some breaking news tonight about the status of 4394 Alpine, which will create a 23-unit deficit in the current draft housing element. And so I guess we ought to be thinking what to do about that. So that's my question to the town council. But one thought I had is we're pretty close to finalizing and tallying up the results of the ADU survey. And I'm just wondering whether the results of it might contribute to enabling us to amend our housing element positively, and particularly if the response is positive about junior ADUs. I guess that's a component of the RHNA quota that doesn't require deed restriction. So the two questions really are about what do we do about the withdrawal of 4394, and can we make it up with ADUs? Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I do not see any other hands raised at this point. So I think we are done with public comments. And Christy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious on three things that were mentioned last night: project MND versus a program MND versus the possibility of an EIR. So I think those three things need to be explained to the residents in a very open way. So for example, if zoning could be spun off and done in a 3-year period versus by the 31st, but yet we were told to try to do it all together at the beginning. It concerns me that also that we were told that the Dorothy Ford Park, because we owned the land, we may not need to use density bonus law. And then it came out later that we do need to use bonus density law. I think we need to explain bonus density or density bonus law to the residents so they fully understand how CEQA could be exempted and how the concessions and waivers that developers can get. I really think we all need to know more about those things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christy. I do not see any other hands raised, so I will pull this back to the council for discussion. Carter, did you want to?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just talk about the conflict issues. Originally, this item was agendized as purely a process issue. I recognize there were a couple of issues that are and questions relating to 4394 Alpine. So to the extent the council wants to have a discussion on that piece of property, I would recommend that we do a segmentation. And I'm just so we're completely transparent with the community. We did receive our FPPC advice letter for City Council member Hasko, and the advice letter permits Commissioner Council member Hasko to participate in the housing element discussions, provided the three Alpine properties at 4394, 4388, and 4370 are segmented. When you do a segmentation, the regulations require that those three properties or any items related to a conflict of interest be heard first. So we would suggest that if you are going to be discussing 4394, that we segment that discussion. Another further development now that we need more complexity on this issue. We have also been talking to the vice mayor about, she has been recusing on 4388 Alpine. And after further analysis, I think she is going to also be recusing on 4394. And I'll leave it to you, Vice Mayor, to explain the reasoning for that, if you like. And we have worked out a similar segmentation plan so that both Vice Mayor and Council member can step out of the room for discussions on the three Nathhorst properties. And I think that will make things easier for the rest of the council so that we don't have lots of different options here. Yes.
I'm just going to read them so they're clear and on the record. In the past, I have recused myself from the discussion on the Willow Commons project at 4388 Alpine because there was a potential that my daughter may apply for supportive housing at that site. At this time, I'm now certain that she will be pursuing an application. And once the application process opens, I'm hopeful that she will become an eligible candidate. Therefore, I'll continue to recuse myself because I have a personal interest in that property. I also will be recusing myself from the decision on 4370 Alpine because of the possibility that this site will also be developed as a supportive housing community linked to Willow Commons.
4394.
Sorry, did I read the wrong address? Sorry, 4394. Thanks for the correction. Best facilitate the discussion of the housing element, I've decided to follow the same segmentation plan as Councilmember Hasko, and I will not be participating in any of the discussions dealing with the three Nathhorst properties.
Yes, and then just to confirm, so the recusal rules also require us to list the particular address that is involved with Councilmember Hasko's real property interest, and that is 6 Applewood Lane. And then I just wanted to clarify that Vice Mayor's economic interest is a little different. It's not a real property interest. It is a personal personal income or personal family interest and personal finances, excuse me. And so there is a slightly different analysis that's involved in that particular conflict. So just wanted to, again, be completely transparent. That's the latest information we have.
Thank you. So I'm going to just suggest something because I think this is a high level discussion. I think we're talking about the process and the timing, so I don't think it gets down. I think we could avoid being that granular by property at this point. If you disagree, I'm welcome. I'm open to that, but I feel like I think this is a discussion of the. You've seen you saw the presentation. You saw what we're considering about sort of this process, and I don't think we have to get into the properties right now.
No, I would agree with that. I think we should be limiting to, are we going to delay the zoning? Like, that's really the question before us. I don't think we need to discuss properties to make that decision.
I think that was my feeling.
Yeah, I'm
So,
just
everyone's-
concurring with what you said.
So if it comes up and something comes up, and you feel you want to revisit that, we can revisit that. But I just thought we can move ahead. Okay, so you've seen the presentation. So the question here is, well, there's two things. One is just the fact that we're probably going to have to submit after the deadline. And the other is that we can submit the housing element sooner if we treat the housing element separately from the zoning. Is everyone we had a lot of questions. So is everyone clear on, on how that process would work and the consequences thereof, or where do you want to start? You wanna go?
I'm
still
formulating,
yeah.
so you can go first.
Well, I think I'm pretty comfortable at this point. It's not completely clear to me what happens when you have a housing element and no zoning to go with it. So I'm still a little fuzzy on that, but the idea of getting the housing element moving and getting it into HCD's hands, that seems worth it to me, that we should just make that move. In our colleagues memo, we can talk more about post-housing element, but from my point of view, I think making that move makes sense. It seems like the downside's fairly low, but I don't completely understand the downside.
I'm going to respond to that just and confirm with Laura or Cara. If we approve the housing element without the zoning, then there are certain density minimums that apply to anything in the housing inventory, right? So there's just the lots we would be upzoning would all be subject to a minimum density. Do I have that somewhat right?
It's only for the sites that are in the inventory that are supplying the lower income units. So it's not all of the sites, it's only the lower income units. And so when we looked at the sites in the housing element that are supplying the lower income units, those density requirements are not an issue. Kari, did you have anything to add to that?
No, that's exactly right.
And just to be clear, lower income, so the supportive housing projects would be lower income, and then it would be very low and low income, but not moderate or above moderate.
Correct.
Okay, so a project that was like a market rate or above moderate would still be, how would that be treated in terms of zoning?
We can apply our own density to the moderate and market rate units. We don't have to apply the default density.
Okay, so in what we're considering here, if someone were to bring in an application for one of these sites at any time, right, and it was a very low or a low income project, we would not be able to regulate that zoning. But if it were a moderate or above moderate, we would still, our zoning, whatever zoning we enact later, would still apply. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's the zoning that we're trying to pass, or would it be the existing zoning, which is like AP or something in some of these places? And that's the part I don't quite understand is I get that once we pass the new zoning, it applies, but this is all brand new. Like, we don't have that zoning now. So what happens in this interim of, we think we're compliant,
Right.
but we don't have the zoning yet? Does the old zoning apply? The current, I mean, when I say old, the current zoning, is that what applies?
So if somebody submitted an application on an AP lot and it was on our housing inventory, they could move forward with the density on the housing inventory site, and there would be no zoning regulations that would apply to that property unless we were to incorporate some basic zoning regulations into the housing element.
But when you say no zoning, this is what I'm unclear is.
No development standards.
Right, but does that mean like even the existing stuff that's on that zone doesn't apply?
That's
So
correct.
that means no setbacks apply, no height limits apply? Is that the?
That's correct, but we would, of course, put those into the housing element. That would be one adjustment that we would make. We would probably do, Laura, you can speak better to this, but height setbacks, those types of things.
Okay, so I guess I missed that in the presentation. So what you're proposing now is that we won't have formalized the zoning, but we're effectively going to put the critical zoning elements into the housing element rather than in the zoning?
Correct.
Okay.
It'd be like a bare bone zoning.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. But there's, so when we're saying we're postponing zoning, in a sense, we're postponing some of the zoning but we're putting the more critical, as you use bare bones stuff in the housing element. So there will be some zoning that will apply during in theory, that period between when we pass it to HCD and when we pass an actual zoning ordinance. Okay, thank you.
Following on from that, it means you have to pick the most important zoning pieces. And have you thought about, like, I know some of the zoning is already in the housing element general plan, like you started flushing some of that out. But if we're going without the comfort of the more detailed zoning ordinance, do you have a sense of what else you would be adding? I feel like I'm being asked to consent to something that I don't know what it is. Like we might pick things that we don't, if we move the zoning principles into the housing element, it's harder to change, right? You can't just undo an ordinance. So there's a playoff. I was trying to think of, well, tell me what the benefit of doing them both together is. And I think the benefit is, exactly how they overlay. I mean, there's a downside as to timing. I'm clear on that, but all right.
I suppose what you could do also to respond to that
Yeah.
question is that you could say, here are some base development standards that will apply until the formal development standards are adopted in
Oh,
the
it's time
zoning
limited.
ordinance. Yeah,
Time limited might,
exactly.
okay, that's interesting.
So that means you wouldn't end up with being stuck with what was in the housing. You could change it.
Okay.
Because I mean, that's one of my concerns was that after we get public input on the zoning, have we already precluded it by putting in the housing element? You're saying if we put this time-based thing, then we could replace it wholesale. Okay, I mean, I'm certainly more comfortable. So that's that, we put the bare bones in to start with, but we can effectively, and I'll feud the metaphor, rip the bare bones out and replace it when the zoning's done.
We could replace the details, but I think that if it was a very low or low income project, it would still,
Different
the
issue.
minimum
yeah.
density would still apply. We still would be able to limit the density. We'd be able to limit, like, we'd be able to apply
Yes.
new setbacks or new height limits later, just not. If it was 20 units per acre, for example, it would stay 20 units per acre. We can't. do that.
Right, I got that. Yeah, I was thinking more the moderate and some of the other ones that might,
The details.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
I love the idea of those limited time development standards. I think that's a good suggestion. My questions have to do, or comments, I guess, have to do with kind of the process. Obviously, I think everybody involved would prefer that we were able to do the housing element and the zoning at the same time, but we're in the situation now where we don't have the time to do that. And I'm definitely want to push forward as much as possible to get the housing element done as quickly as possible. To me, this seems, when I look at what's proposed, one planning commission meeting and one council meeting, I get a little nervous. I think for sure it's a big enough topic that it should be a special meeting, particularly given the other agenda items we have coming up in the roll forward. I just think this is a big enough topic that it deserves its own meeting. And I guess my concern is that if we have a meeting, the next meeting after today would be on February 15th. And then I don't know when, I think it's, I have to get the dates out here, but then about 5 days before the end of the month would be the plan is the council meeting. I just get worried if we rely on those 2 meetings and we really needed more than 2, even if we added in a special meeting there instead of having that council meeting, I get concerned that we would start pushing further into March. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, has there been any consideration to kind of plan ahead and, put some maybe additional placeholder meetings in the schedule if we need them, so that we don't find ourselves at the end of February really needing more meetings, and then this whole thing just continues to get pushed out. So that's kind of my comment on process. I don't know if anybody has a similar concern about not. I would love to get it done in those 2 meetings, but I just want to be prepared if that's not possible.
Sarah, is the choice that you're sort of proposing is either we sort of at least pencil in more potential special meetings, or we say, look, it's not March 1st, let's be realistic, and it's, April 1st or something, right? I mean, are those kind of our choices in your mind?
Perhaps those are our choices. My preference, I guess I would say, is number 1, I think it should be a special meeting. But number 2, I think that we should pencil in some additional meetings within the month of February.
Right, to try to make sure. that we
Versus
hit it.
adding them in March, and then the whole thing just starts to get delayed further.
And partly because, and correct me if I'm wrong here, there's a certain notice period for some of these are going to be public hearings. So I think we need.
Special meeting though, right? There's like
But
1 day.
but the hearings, if we're going to hear a hearing and a reading on the housing element has to be.
Okay.
noticed 2 weeks. Or
Is that
there
right?
there has to, there's a public notice requirement. It's a little bit longer. And so if we're going to, if we're going to allow for meetings, we have to sort of schedule them a couple weeks out so that we can't do a hearing on 24 hours.
Right.
Nor should we, but.
Right. So, but okay, given that, then, have it still as a placeholder, because you can cancel a meeting if it's not needed,
I have a question for Laura, just drilling down on the process. So say things went smoothly, as if they ever could. When could, like, not in terms of days or anything, but in terms of process of when you have bandwidth opening up to look at the zoning, do you have to be 100% done with the other 3 pieces? Do you have to be 75% done? I'm just trying to think about that, because the answer, well, I'll let you respond if there's anything you can comment on.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I totally understood your question, but I think you're asking, we would not have the capacity to work on the zoning while we're finishing the housing element with the council.
And that goes for the housing element and the general plan and the ISMND follow-up, like all of that has to be completed before you would have the bandwidth to start the zoning.
Yes, they have to be completed together. The housing element, the general plan conformance, and the ISMND have to be completed together. And we need to finish those before we have capacity to turn to zoning.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed. Yeah.
We just couldn't staff that number of meetings and prepare that number of stuff in front of 2 bodies.
And the other thing that concerns me about putting in more special meetings is the bandwidth. I mean, how do you prep for these? How does Laura take new information with her team and integrate it? So to your point, we can put meetings on the calendar, but it is still really important to do this right and get it to a practical, like, I can agree we can be done tomorrow like Dave Cardinal wants it to be, but we wouldn't be able to get there, and we all know that. And I know we're all in a bit of a gray zone here, but I think trying to schedule more meetings and actually complete by the end of February, based on what I'm seeing, I'm skeptical of. And that's not for anybody's lack of trying. I mean, the staff's done amazing work above and beyond to prepare for the planning commission meeting yesterday and for this meeting, and looking forward, regardless of the direction, it's going to be a heroic effort. So I'm just thinking practically, we have to plan for something. I don't want to put all my cards in the deck of being done by March 1st. I would, again, if things go really smoothly, I'd like to be surprised. And the other thing is, I was asking about timing before, and let me be clear, not to criticize staff or anything like that, but because it's been hard on everybody to be aiming for the 31st and to have something change and people have to reset. And that's important. Maybe a day or two here or there, getting people ready mentally for where the new timeline is going, that can be important. It's very divisive to go, for the 31st and then have things happen. And then, I mean, this is real life, so there's no one's fault, but it is hard. And let's acknowledge that on the public and everyone else that's actually implementing. I'm personally really concerned that we get the input that we wanted. I mean, people are dismissing the fact that we may want to hear from the sheriff or the fire marshal. Those are important safety officials. I want the opportunity to understand where they are on these. I may want the opportunity to hear from them directly. And that doesn't mean that I'm predisposed. It means this is too important not to get that input. And we have to fit that in the timeline too. And if it happens on the 15th, that's fine. It may need to also be at a council meeting, if depending on what that one reveals. I don't know what's going to come up, and I'm not predisposed one way or the other. But I do think it's important to set up a process that is both optimistic and realistic and gets that input that we all, I think we'll all need in different ways. So those are the ways I look at it. As far as zoning, segregating that out, I don't really know what I'm agreeing to by doing that. I definitely hear Laura that she can't do both at the same time. And it seems like the pressure is off of the zoning being a but for us passing the housing element in and of itself. So that relieves me, confuses me, but I mean, the whole process and all these laws are newly interpreted. So I understand why we're dealing with a lot of uncertainty, but I definitely want to make sure that we're setting a process that is realistic and gets the input that we need. You're doing a great job. We don't have that much longer. It's like mile 20 of the marathon, but let's not lose sight of the importance of what we're doing here. That's kind of my view. I guess the zoning can be bifurcated if that's the current analysis.
So I'll try to, you brought up a good point there, and I just want to, I'll enunciate it as best I can, be corrected, no doubt. We for 2 years, we've been trying to get everything done by the 31st. And staff, that was the direction of the council of staff, and staff has worked incredibly hard to try to make that happen. And stuff got in the way, and things went sideways at various stages. And we're not going to make that. And again, that's I don't think that's anybody's fault in particular. The biggest, the reason for me, the argument for separating the two is just in getting the housing element itself done sooner. I'm still concerned about just that small potential for builder's remedy. That's the part of builder's remedy.
Oh.
The longer we go, if we keep everything in one package, we go longer, possibly a couple months. And do I think it's realistic? I have no idea. It's sort of, that's the one thing that I feel like we can prevent here or address here by bifurcating the two. Once we're past the deadline, we lose we've lost some of our local control over the zoning, even if we do it all at once. So That's the argument to me. I guess I'm still nervous enough about the builder's remedy possibility that I feel like pushing, bifurcating is, for me, it's preferable. That's my 2 cents on that. I understand what you're, and I understand the argument that yes, there's going to be details that don't get hashed out initially that have to go back. It's for me, that's the trade-off I would probably make at this point. That's my 2 cents.
Well, actually, I'm pretty comfortable with this discussion. I think I'm feeling fairly comfortable with this position. Putting it back to make sure we get the professionals' word out enough to make the situation in the town hall seem more comfortable and relieving some of the pressure by separating out the zoning and giving a little bit of time there. It seems reasonable to me. Hope I'm not missing something.
The only other thing I'd add is I'd second both Judith and Sarah. I don't think we're going to make the March 1st. Like, that feels like a fantasy to me. I sat at the planning commission meeting last night. I don't think it's going to get done in a meeting. So I think we should be careful. I'm on board with this idea of separating out zoning, which I think is the question on the table right now. So in terms of going forward with that, I'm good. I also think we should set the public expectation that staff's going to try their best, but this is unlikely. Rather than, oh yeah, we're going to do this. And then we get to March 1st and say, oh, we were just kidding. Because at some point it's like, well, you only get to say, I missed my deadline so many times. And, Sarah, I heard what you were saying about let's schedule more meetings. I appreciate that. And if staff thinks they can do the work to make those meetings function, I'd be okay with that. But again, I feel like we have a limited resource there, which is sort of Judith's point. So I want to separate out what's on the table from this sort of other piece that's related to it, but not immediately.
Do you want to push the deadline further back? Or do you want to say March 15th?
I'm okay with just moving as fast as we can. I just don't want to tell people it's the 1st and then miss it. So let's just say we're targeting the 1st as best we can. We're going to move forward, but it's subject to what the planning commission does. It's going to be subject to what the council decides we need to do. So that would be my position. I don't want to set a date because I think it's subject to some things we don't control.
So I guess it definitely seems that we have consensus on bifurcating. So now we're focused on the process. I guess, and I think we're all in agreement generally that, there's a lot to do and we want as much input as possible. I absolutely agree. I have a hard time thinking based on how the meetings have been going that, the planning commission will get through all of that plus the fire marshal in one meeting. And so I guess what I'm saying is let's start to plan for what's realistic versus kind of put things out there and then just kind of get to that point and then decide and get to that point and then decide. I guess I don't want to be prescriptive about what those meetings and what that process should be. I guess I would be asking staff to think through based on this discussion and maybe make a suggestion to us. Well, we don't have another meeting, so we can't do that. But I guess, and I don't want to put you guys on the spot, but my preference, instead of just letting it continue to roll, would be realistic, to try and be as realistic as possible of what's like the number of meetings that are necessary versus just assuming 2, which I think is unlikely, and then being back here at our next council meeting, having the same discussion in 2 weeks. I want to avoid that.
I think we're all agreed that we should separate out the zoning from the other 3 elements, the 3 pieces of the housing element. But once we've missed the 31st, sooner is better, but there's no backup deadline that we have to. To your point, no, we don't. I mean, it's maybe saying March 1st, but yeah, I mean, it's probably maybe at this point we just ask staff to give us what they think is realistic in terms of what they can put together and what the commission and the council will approve in the next month.
And are we asking now, or are we going to say ask for the next meeting?
Well,
curious for feedback.
we're curious for a quick
Yeah.
answer now.
We can get that feedback now. I would just add that it should be comfortable. It shouldn't feel harried for you.
maybe Laura, please follow up with where I'm going to start. Thank you for these comments. And it means the world to the staff to hear from each of you the concern about our ability to continue to operate at the pace that we've been operating at. It is draining, as you can probably see for our faces. My takeaway from tonight is, I think it aligned with what staff was trying to accomplish, that, we wanted to present, here's one way that we could kind of get there, but March 1st wasn't necessarily a magical date to begin with for us. Been doing this for a very long time, and, the candid approach that staff takes on these types of issues is, we're always very uncomfortable with putting out a particular date, because it is inevitable that there is something that comes up that changes what you're doing. You cannot control all of the factors that go into the simplest of endeavors. So a housing element, that's something else. Indeed. So what I'm hearing is that it's very important to hear that the bifurcation was something that there was consensus on, or at least that we get direction on. And we will continue to move at the pace that we can, and we will communicate with the public in the best way that we can about where we're at in the appropriate times, but we're not going to assign a particular date to that. Laura, do you want to please modify anything I said there if I'm not reflecting a reality for you?
I generally agree. Thank you. The only thing that I want to add is we do want to achieve the 120-day time period. So there's a 120-day time period that some people call the grace period. That's not really a grace period. It's kind of a soft grace period. And there's aspects of the law that kick in if you don't meet the 120 days. And the general consensus is that there could be additional consequences, and you may get more housing advocates, for example, being more interested in a challenge if you've not done that with 120 days. So my recommendation would still be to try to fit that, you know what I mean? Make sure that we hold to that, at least the 120 days.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I mean, I think we should cap it. I wasn't suggesting let's just let this run free.
Yeah.
It's just like, let's be realistic. So thank you, Laura. I think that's great. I think putting a cap on the other end of saying, that is our hard, like, do or die deadline. I think that's a mistake.
And what I would ask, because it's human nature to delay, mine, I'll just say that for me. To the extent there's information from outside experts that we need, we should bring those forward as much as we can. I know the fire marshal may be in the planning commission meeting, but we should plan on getting through the critical inputs that we need sooner rather than later. That doesn't mean that dictates the submission, because I'm sure there'll be some iteration, but I don't want to leave critical and feedback or information that people need until day 100. And I don't think that's what you would do. I know you're very organized, but for me, I need a little time to process that information. And you should factor that into a timeline. I need to be informed on some of it. And the only other modification I would say, we're comfortable with bifurcation, but I do want to make sure that we have the CARA's fall away provision. I'm not sure what to call it, but the zoning, critical elements of zoning, and on some of that, I don't know how far you can go. Because we don't want like a 5-story building, like a tower. So how much can we do to mitigate that risk? And I'll leave that to you to think about and suggest.
Right. And Laura and I will put our heads together. There may be other methods for accomplishing that goal.
Okay.
But thank you for raising
Sure.
that goal.
So I just have one comment, I guess. So when we came into the meeting, the idea that was presented in the packet was a 30-day delay, and we just talked about up to 120 days. So that's a range of 30 to 120. I mean, I'll just say you know, staff and their quality of life, you know, being critical. Aside from that, I want to work as much as we can towards staying as close to the 30. I guess I'm concerned if all of a sudden we're like, oh, now we're going to work towards 120 days. So I'm just uncomfortable with how quickly we went from one to the other. So if, I guess, I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way, but I guess.
Oh, I didn't hear it that way. I heard Laura saying, no matter what, we got to get there by 120 because there's an extra level of
right
exposure. I don't think I was planning on it being 120 myself, but 30 is unrealistic. I mean, I'm open-minded about it, but I think it has to be
I'm
a
with-
process that makes sense.
I'm with you, sir. I mean, I think we should move apace and keep going. We can't just sort of let this thing slide.
So how do we, is there anything, I guess, I don't know what the right answer is. I guess what I'm saying is because people hear different things coming out of a meeting, right? So they could have heard, oh, 120 days, just like I was hearing. And so people, you know, take away different things from a conversation. I just want to be clear then. You know, is there something that we can arrange that we can get comfortable around? I think that what I'm hearing consensus on is there's a feeling that 1 month is probably not going to do it, that 2 meetings is probably not going to do it, that we're going to need more time. So those are the things I think we're all in agreement on. What's the, you know, I'm just trying to put a cap on what that could look like so we're not creeping up to 120 days. Because then the zoning's even later and sorry, you know.
Between 30 and 60? I mean, is that, that gives us time for probably at least.
That's all
a
of
couple more
March.
meetings. That's like 4 meetings.
I'd be more comfortable with that.
60 feels to me like it's probably the realistic number.
It gives you time for another round of meetings, basically.
Yeah, another sort of full set. And then, I mean, if we went one past that, I mean, I want 120 to be, this is a drop dead. Like
Clear
that's,
rate.
and that's a huge one. I mean, no, I mean, we, no, I don't either, but I'm just saying, we need to be thinking
Right.
about that.
That's
is
a whole
You don't
nother-
get to slide up to that one and then blow through it, which means realistically, if you're gonna make sure that doesn't happen, you gotta be looking at 60 days, because if you get a little slop over that, whereas if you say it's 90 and you get a little slop over that, then you're pretty close to
Exactly.
actually blowing through 120.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think if we were targeting 60, I'd be pretty comfortable with that.
My only thought is that sounds like a staff decision to me.
Yeah.
They're the only people who can make the decision about, they get a chance to say, I don't feel comfortable. I feel like the risk is getting too much. I want to get this done and I can do it. You know, it seems like it's a staff decision.
Thank you for that, Mary. That's very nice of you to say. Well, and I think it's the practical reality of the
What's
situation.
going to happen anyway.
And, you know, to sort of expand on that without, you know, I didn't mean that to sound flippant if it came out that way, the sausage making of this is quite an extraordinary experience. And, you know, this week alone, Cara, Laura and I have various things have come up and things you're trying to deal with on an hourly basis. And your notion of what the timeline is has changed that many times over, you know, 48 hours or over a week or over a couple of weeks. And we're anticipating that to continue just because we are in the 11th hour and this is the part that is the most challenging part. So again, you know, thank you for the comments that you've made tonight related to this. Do you want us to communicate more specifically that the council desires to see this completed in a 60-day period, or is that too specific to relay? Or is that, I don't want to, aspirational is a little too weak a word. I don't know what the right word is there, or something stronger than that.
I mean, I'm personally comfortable with that, assuming that staff is comfortable with that. And I guess, hopefully I'm not being too presumptuous, but given the packet suggested 30 days, I would assume that updating that to 60 days would be within the realm of comfortable. But correct me if I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, we would have had to push very hard right up against uncomfortable to make the 30 days. That was trying to meet the kind of previous intent of council to do it as absolutely fast as possible. I think 60 is a better target and more comfortable for the planning commission. And I would think for the public. And I think that that gives us a little bit more opportunity to council members Haskell's earlier point to produce materials that they're looking for. Because that's one of the biggest challenges, if anything, additional information is needed, or if additional communication with the fire marshal is needed.
Well, I would be more comfortable with 60 to 90 myself, just so that everybody functions in a way that is intelligent, constructive, and positive, not defensive.
And to add just a layer that I think is important to note, you know, the consultant team that's been a vital part of this, our principal there is out on maternity leave. We're not going to get her back until March. So what we assumed of just a few months ago before she went out has changed. So staff has taken up much of that. So some of the consultants have as well. I don't want to get too specific here, but I have multiple staff out very ill right now. And it's impacting the planning department. We were participating in this, and that is going to happen. And those aren't things we like. And, you know, if we thought that there was another way around it, I would be the first one to say to you, you know, we're asking for $200,000 for the next 60 days. And we think that that will make a difference, but that's not where we ended up as part of this presentation, because that didn't feel like an answer that made much sense.
I think the only other thing I wanted to add is just to give staff, like, I think we're open to special meetings as appropriate. So if you guys look at your schedule and say, if we had special meetings, because we could keep this thing moving apace, I think we're open to that. That's what I was hearing from Sarah. I'm certainly there. So, you know, you guys need to pick the workload, but I think we will meet as often as necessary that for the workload that you guys can keep up, and a reasonable workload, which is, I think, to Mary's point.
Yeah, don't kill yourselves to get done in 30 days. And if it's more than 60 days, just come back and tell us it's more than 60 days. And we'll, I mean, I've worked with this entire staff long enough to know that they're trying, they've pulled rabbits out of hats multiple times to keep us on a timeline. So I'm personally not at all worried that this is going to slow down because we say it can slow down any more than is comfortable for the well-being of the people involved.
Laura, Cara, do you need any additional feedback from the council to move forward in next steps?
I do not. I'm clear.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Item 5B.
Could we take another 5-minute break?
Yes, yes, we can.
Can you let him off the hook? Come on. I like to see this. Sorry.
Yes, we're taking the 5-minute break. I was going to say, because it's late and because we have at least one staff member waiting for it, and because I don't think it'll take a huge amount of time, I was going to maybe just stick with the schedule and try to get the audit done when we come back. But
Please, yes.
Yeah, and in addition, well, he's going to take us 5, but can I also ask, I mean, would we consider maybe postponing the colleagues memos to another meeting? Like, I don't see anything here that absolutely need, I mean, given the timeline we're talking about.
The only problem is if you look at the agendas of the upcoming meetings, they
Yeah.
also are really packed. We have really important on the roll forward.
I mean, come on, it's,
Look at 'em
I
done.
mean, my only concern is it's 11:15
Yeah.
and, you know, we have some
What?
huge things here, so. Hmm. Yeah, so, no, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to be efficient with everybody's time, including the public.
Okay, not.
Yeah.
Well, let's take 5 minutes. Let's come back for the audit, and then I mean, we were thinking about maybe the closed session. But the thing that
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I just think sort of,
No,
you know,
it's
when
going
we
too
roll
late, it's
past
bad.
11, I think we need to start thinking about how to
No,
shift things on.
5 minutes and see where we can get.
Okay, we're back. Next item is item 5C, acceptance of the 2019-2020 audit. Cindy, thank you for waiting so patiently. Or Jeremy, maybe introducing this, but you guys take it away.
Yeah, I'll do a quick introduction. And I want to second Cindy Rodas, Finance Director, being here this late. Cindy's also not feeling particularly well, so thank you for sticking this one out with us. I'm going to keep this very brief. What's before you is our 1920 audit. As you know, a variety of factors played into our inability to complete this in a timely fashion that we expect from ourselves. And it is discussed a bit in the audit itself. To summarize, though, a few of those elements over the course of the last few years, between COVID, pretty significant staffing issues. At one point, Cindy was essentially a one-person shop doing everything for our finance department, our inability to bring some additional people on board, and a very torturous software change. We moved from a legacy system to the OpenGov system. We were very early adopters related to in the cloud version of that system, and it has not performed in the way that we have wanted it to. We find ourselves in the position today, but I am very happy that Cindy and the auditor were able to complete the work. Cindy has a very, very brief description of what contains in the audit. We're happy to answer any questions. Moving forward, Cindy is engaging now on the next audits. We are approximately 10 months behind on the 2021 audit, and in a perfect year, we'd be working with our auditor on the 21-22 audit. We have completed audits since I've been here, anywhere between late January into late March. So we're going to be behind on that one as well. What we expressed to the Finance Committee last week when they recommended this, that the council accept the audit, was that we believe that those two audits will be completed before the council sees the draft budget for FY 23-24. My goodness, yes, 23-24. And we've also graciously received support from the Finance and Audit Committee. They formed an audit subcommittee that will support Cindy and the team moving forward. I'm going to bring forward something on the next agenda just to discuss that a little briefly. There's a new chair of the Finance and Audit Committee, George Savage. We've had some great conversations. We've appreciated their support as well. Cindy, would you like to make a brief presentation?
Thank you for that, Jeremy. Good evening to the council, mayor, and members of the public. My name is Cindy Rodas. I am the finance director with the town of Portola Valley. I just wanted to go over a brief, some highlights and an overview over the finalized fiscal year 1920 audit. The assets of the town exceeded its liabilities as of June 30th, 2020 by $46.4 million. The total net position decreased by $66,874. The decrease in the net position is primarily due to capital depreciation and increased obligations for pensions and other post-employment benefits. These were largely offset by increases in fund balance, with an overall change of just 0.1% over fiscal year 18-19. This is reflected on page 61 of the packet. And I would also like to direct you to page 63 for additional observations related to revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 1920. Again, at this time, just after making it pretty brief, just opening it up for questions or comments.
Thank you, Cindy. Are there questions from the council for Cindy or Jeremy? Okay, I don't see any.
So I was just sorry. Are you guys gonna? I mean, it seemed like George was interested, and the finance committee was interested in sort of engaging with the audit process. And so, are you going to work with them to basically have at least some subset of the finance committee be a little more directly engaged in this process?
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned just a moment ago, the Finance and Audit Committee created a audit subcommittee.
Yeah.
We would expect them to start meeting towards the end of next month. We're setting up a special meeting of the Finance and Audit Committee for late February. We're also giving some additional information here. We're also getting the committee on a regular schedule of 6 meetings a year, January, March, May, July meeting if needed, September and November.
Okay.
So yeah, and we're very excited that they'll be engaging with us.
Yeah, good. Yeah, because I think that's something that people have been looking for. So
Yeah, and
that's great.
I think part of it, a very important component of that is just an ability to have a committee has timely information that they can share with the public and be involved, communicate with our auditor, whatever they need to do. Very comfortable with that.
And Jeremy, I think I was the liaison and I'm getting up to speed, but they were saying that, or the auditor was saying that, there's just a bandwidth issue. So what are your thoughts about potentially addressing that?
Yeah, so we've on the books for this fiscal year, the council funded a time set position using the American Rescue Plan Act funds for a third position in the finance department. We've had a terrible time trying to fill it. Cindy sat in multiple interviews with folks who just unfortunately were just not a very good fit. It turns out that one of the finance and audit committee members found an article about how the country has a deficit of nearly 40,000 auditors and accountants right now. So I think we're just seeing this everywhere. We did then pivot about a month ago to let's just get some temp help. We've used that in the past, candidly, not quite successfully as we'd hoped. That was one of the issues that came up about a year and a half ago when Cindy was sort of doing her own thing. We re-engaged with the person who worked at the previous firm. They've actually founded their own firm that concentrates a little bit more on small government agencies. So Cindy yesterday had a pretty good interview with someone. So we expect them to be coming on board pretty quick.
It was today, actually.
Oh, today?
Yeah, so I reviewed their resume yesterday and had a pretty successful interview process this afternoon. So I've followed up with the recruiter and working on the logistics, getting them set up with IT and hopefully in the door as soon as possible.
We were almost at midnight, so I think I was almost able to say yesterday when it was today. So we feel good about that. So the dominoes will start to fall. We're able to transfer some of the most basic functionality from Nicole Tandori and from Cindy Rodas down to that person. And then Cindy can concentrate on the things that we've always wanted her to concentrate on, which is the strategic operations of that department.
That's great.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, that's great.
And again, let me just convey, our sincere regret that we're in the position that we're at. This is not anything that we're comfortable with. We've appreciated the support and we just want to get this all finished up. Thank you.
Other questions for Jeremy or Cindy? Okay, public comment. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, as you know, I've been following this for several years, asking basically the same questions. And it's nice that we've got the 2019-2020 audit done in the October, the day after the October finance meeting. I participated via Zoom. The audit was signed without the Finance and Audit Committee, as it's called, participating in that. And then there was another document signed a couple of weeks later, which I don't understand if we have a Finance and Audit Committee that they're not participating in that process, especially one that's from 2019, 2020. At least that group was there. Most of those members were on that committee at that time. And it's nice to hear that there's going to be 6 meetings a year. And that was promised last year. And I believe there was maybe just a handful. And then I also had a question during that meeting about the 2 years worth of minutes that were lagging behind that suddenly appeared during the meeting in there. And, you know, hopefully there's an asterisk that's put on those meeting minutes, because I don't think that they can be verified, and so that we can clean things up moving forward. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, I saw some of the words from the auditor that gave the excuse of, you know, the new package, not enough employees. And that's part of our history that's in that document. And I don't know if it's verified from the auditor that's saying that, or it's, you know, Portola Valley's words. But, you know, it's just really hard when you're doing financial stuff years back with the current knowledge. And I look forward to the other ones being cleaned up so that we can get back on track, since it is January 2023. And I'm glad for the change in the chair, and look forward to the other members of the committee being more active in the finances, and whatever changes can happen on the focus for the audit for Portola Valley. Thank you. And I've asked for how many people are in the meeting. This is my third time asking, and I haven't gotten an answer. So hopefully we can also fix that moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised. Rusty, go ahead.
Can I just answer her question, which is
Oh,
there's 3
yeah.
people in the audience and there's 16 attendees.
Yeah.
Somehow I'm still unmuted and we do not hear anyone in the schoolhouse.
Rusty, give me a second.
Maybe you have to, it doesn't sound like it's on.
I don't hear any tap it.
Yeah, it was a good speech.
The battery died.
Is that one?
Try the other one.
Got our replacement ones already, so.
So as I was saying, I want to commend and thank Jeremy for his opening comments. And yes, problems occur, mistakes happen. But there's a real big problem revealed in this audit. And I want to be sure the town council recognizes it, but more than the town council, that the finance committee and that the residents recognize this. Because the auditor calls out in their report on internal controls that we have a very major deficiency. It's not material, they say, based on what they could learn about it, but it's significant and we need to deal with it. And that deficiency is that the books for 2019, 2020 were not closed and delivered to the auditor until October 2022, 2.5 years after the end of the fiscal year. Now that means, and recognize, we only just got this audit for 2019, 2020. We don't have 2021. We don't have 21, 22. What that means is we held an election in November 2022 with no audited results for the last 3 years of this town. And I think this town council owes the residents, owes your constituency, a better accounting, better control, and better understanding about what's going on with our finances. And I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not pointing the fingers at anyone. I'm trying to raise expectations and level of care so that you recognize and take seriously the responsibility you have to make sure that there are adequate controls in place, meaning either that it's adequately funded or it's adequately staffed, or that there's appropriate intervention 6 weeks after the year is closed and the books still aren't available, 9 weeks after. We have this urgency to approve the housing element. We want to get it done in 60 days, but we'll go 2.5 years without closing the books on our finances. That's simply not acceptable. And I hope you'll join me in agreeing with that. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other hands raised, I will pull back to the council for discussion or a motion.
One thing that I've been pushing for, and I don't know if I've pushed for it in this forum before, but because of the remarkable delay in the audit, I mean, we can all blame ourselves. I thought it would be prudent if, the council asked for a separate audit committee, because I know that in the corporate world, you have to have a separate audit committee because the finance committee is conflicted. So you have to have a separate audit committee in order to be able to protect your finance committee. And that gives that, yeah, I don't need to explain it anymore. I think I was speaking to a sophisticated audience. It's not common practice in governance, but we would like in everything else, to be exceptional in our performance. And we have a moment to actually make ourselves be exceptional after having made a serious mistake. So that's, I'm not looking for a motion, and I'm certainly not getting in the way of okaying the audit. But I will suggest it directly to the finance committee. I think it should come from them, but they can't okay an audit committee. Have to suggest.
They discussed
I was
at
wondering.
the finance committee meeting, the committee versus subcommittee. Jeremy, I think you were more attendant to that. Do you want to give an update on
Sure.
their
Yeah.
preference and why?
I apologize, I'm turning into a pumpkin here, but the committee did discuss, it was an agenda item, whether there should be an audit committee. And the consensus of the finance and audit committee was that an audit subcommittee was more appropriate. There was a discussion about what other cities do. And it's actually a wide variety of interesting different models that exist in San Mateo County. I've done a little bit of an analysis on that, and many cities don't have either. A few cities have an audit committee, a few cities have a finance committee, a few cities have an audit subcommittee of the council. There's just different ways to do this. And it's significantly different than private finance. So that was the recommendation made. Thanks,
Yeah,
Jim.
and while I do agree, we have to get this house in order financially, so to speak, and do everything we can. There is a new chair. I think they are on a mission to reset their meetings. I do think it would be helpful to talk to the new chair and get some schedules, like a calendar of, to-do items would be one thing I would suggest. So happy to talk to
And
them.
did they talk about doing a subcommittee of the council as the audit committee?
No, that was not
They
discussed.
did not.
They were presented with information about how the other cities did it. Yeah.
That does give at least them the protection of another body that wasn't in the business of making the financial decision. Or in the accounting. Okay, thank you.
So can I make a motion to accept the fiscal 2019-2020 audit? Okay, I'd like to make that
Second.
motion.
I'll second.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Wernicott. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hufty,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Else.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we are on to colleague memos. In the interest of.
Thank you, Cindy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you,
Cindy.
Cindy.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get some rest, feel better.
Thanks.
Okay. 6A. Do we, it is late. We recognize that. We were thinking about things that might be continued. Are we, council, what?
Yeah,
Well-
so I'm comfortable moving 6A. Councilman Haskell and I talked about this. I mean, we're comfortable moving 6A to a date certain. So I'd like to do that next meeting if we could.
Well, we
I don't want
continue
this
to the
just
next
to
agenda,
drift, but if
yes.
we can continue the next meeting, then I'm comfortable in the effort to get done before 12:30 tonight.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, then item 6A, the colleagues memo will be continued to our next meeting. That brings us to 6B, which is the colleagues memo from Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
Yeah, we touched a little bit on this topic at the last meeting. This is an item that was in the strategic priority, is in the strategic priorities for this year with a date to start in January 2023. So what I wanted to do tonight is not to get into the weeds of this, but just to pull together a subcommittee to begin work to scope it. And the thought is once a subcommittee is identified of the council, that subcommittee would scope this work and then come back to the council with the proposed scope and process. And so, you know, I know we don't want to have super lengthy agenda items at this juncture. So I just want to be really clear that my intent is really just to trigger to move forward on something that's already in the strategic priorities document slated for start in January. So I'm not going to reread through this, but we talked about how the handbook needs updating, anything from liaisons to chair terms, just really modern. You know, we don't have anything in the handbook, for instance, about Zoom meetings, you know, just kind of modernizing and update it. So I think it needs a thorough review. So I guess the question is for this group is there agreement on getting started on this? And if so, would anybody like to work with me on it? I expect it's a process that's going to be very council driven. One reason why, you know, the town staff is so busy right now, this is not something that overlaps with the planning department, which is the most overwhelmed department, and is something that could be driven than staff driven. So
And I'd certainly be willing to join you on a subcommittee. I mean, I don't know what other people are.
sure,
Yeah. I mean,
great.
We're okay
There you
to
go.
designated Sarah and Craig as a subcommittee? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sure. Yes. Please.
I think the need for something that addresses this is obvious and very beneficial. But listening to remarks earlier tonight, especially from Gary Hanning, Chairman of the Trails Committee, regarding a recommendation by Judith Murphy to form a committee of committees to address this issue and to do it in a public manner as opposed to a subcommittee of 2 members of the town council, which will not be a Brown Act committee and will be done in private, is a concentration of power in the town council in a secret way. And I hope what our last election opened us to was the need to open the question of our governance and include the residents and particularly the committee members that we've already designated in their own governance. Who better to advise us on how to make better use of the committees, how to refine the committee handbook, how to deal with the committees than a committee of the committees, and do it in a public way that includes and invites public participation. That's my comment.
Can I make a comment
Thank
on
you.
that?
Let me take public comment.
Okay,
and
sorry.
discuss. Any other public comment on this item? Rita, go ahead.
Yes, I'm in full agreement with the previous caller, previous speaker. And I believe the committee of committees, when it was done as far as for housing, it was very successful. Judith Murphy did an exceptional job. saying what everyone's thoughts were and pulling all that together. And for this particular thing, for an update, it needs to be, because a lot of the documents are just inconsistent. And I think this is the way to move forward and, bring back some health and focus for our wonderful town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, I don't see any. Sarah, you wanted to?
So yeah, I apologize if there was misunderstanding. In my introductory comments, I was saying we need to have a subcommittee of the council to be able to begin work on this. But what I proposed is that our first task would be identifying the process and the scope. And I fully expect the process would include input from the community, and, the committee of committees is something that's already occurred to me. So this is all TBD, and that's the whole purpose of creating the subcommittee of the council, to determine what that scope and process will be. So just to clarify.
That was my expectation as well, is that
Right.
we would be discussing the
Exactly.
appropriateness of the committee of committees. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
And you'd be reporting back
Back to
to the
Right.
whole council, your
In the memo.
for full discussion here on the
Exactly.
process.
Per the memo.
And then I think the council would make the decision on whether we have a committee of committees and go from there. Yeah.
We'd come back with a proposal to the council about the process and the scope. And then that would be all public too. Do we have to vote on that, or can we just agree to it?
I assume we just designate a subcommittee. We need to take a vote on this, or you?
You should vote on just the designation of the
Okay, I
subcommittee.
will take a motion to appoint Craig and Sarah as a subcommittee to come back to us with the.
Move.
Okay, moved by Pasco, seconded by Huffey. Roll call.
Councilmember Hufty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Yes.
Mayor Alves.
Yes. Okay, 6C, Pauline's memo on life achievement report, also by.
So based on the feedback from the last meeting, hopefully this can be quick as well. I met with Judith. I also had a conversation with Nancy Lund, and we got some feedback to respond to some of the comments that were made. I also added detail on proposed approach within the award process. There are some more details in the bullets. I'm happy to read through all of this if you guys want me to, but if you've read through this, I'm happy to just take any questions.
Are there questions? Is there public comment on this? I do not see any hands raised, so I will take a motion.
Unless there's any, do we have to do any discussion? I'm
Oh, I'm
assuming
sorry,
there's none.
discussion.
There's no questions. There might not be discussion, but
Thank you for working on this. I think it's. I'm very excited about it.
And just in terms of process, what happens then?
well, one thing actually, that's a good point, Judith. One thing that we did add in here, and this was your recommendation, is a standing subgroup of the council. Do you want to elaborate, since that was the standing subgroup was your recommendation? Do you want to elaborate on that? And I guess my question is, to be efficient and not have to bring this up at another council meeting, should we just select what that is right now?
Yeah,
That would be
the-
my recommendation, actually.
Yeah, the idea was just, if we don't know when these nominations are going to be made, and we're trying to keep it relatively confidential in the early stage, at least until there's a recommendation to move forward, we should have less than a quorum reviewing these submissions. So just having that available and having it standing would make sense for that purpose.
I'd be happy to serve on, oops, excuse me, go ahead.
I moved to establish that.
Who's on it? Is it who do you want to do the subcommittee, or?
I'm happy to.
Okay, so just to be clear, this nomination would come to the two of you, and you would sort of start the process. felt comfortable with the person.
That they meet the criteria and it needs discussion.
And just to clarify, even though I understand that it's going to be a subcommittee that will be in place for, say, a year while these
Mhm.
applications come in, that the term of art we would use is an ad hoc subcommittee, because standing committees have to be Brown acted.
Oh,
So-
sure. Yep, we can make that modification.
But does that mean we have to sort of renew it annually or something? Because you can't have ad hoc committees run forever, right?
Right.
So, but we can
Right.
handle that.
I-
I-
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So my question on this was, is there any kind of rate limiter on this?
It's a rate. What do you mean? by
Rate limiter, meaning like, could you get 24 applications overnight? Versus do we just say, we're going to do 4 a year? And, if you don't get 4, that's fine. And if you get more than 4, you say, well, we're just going to push them off to the next year. I mean, I'm not sure what the right answer is. It was more. a
Yeah,
question
no,
for
I
you
think
guys
it's, I think it's
of-
I think that's a good recommendation.
I mean, supposedly, that would be one of those, success, disaster kind of things. that
Right.
we-
Right.
But,
What would you say?
I would,
4 a
I mean, 4 a year feels
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
reasonable to me. I mean,
I
'cause-
agree.
I mean, if you want this to be sort of special, and it seems like based on the criteria, you're not assuming that we're gonna have 100 of these things. It's meant to be a fairly,
Right.
special honor for people. So 4 seems like more than enough. I mean, 1 seems a little too tight, but 4
3
seems.
sounds
yeah,
better.
And just to be perfectly clear, the nominees are evaluated and then recommended for full council by the subcommittee, the ad hoc committee. Comes back to us and says, these are our nominees this year.
Yes.
Okay.
That we do a ad hoc committee.
Oh, sorry.
No, this is Judith.
The two, whoever they-
And a different one.
Yeah, exactly. And then are we approving the sort of proposed criteria? in
With the
nominating process?
amendments that,
Yeah, with amendments, is that something we want to vote on?
You want to look at them, do you want to?
I mean, do we want to accept these as this is the criteria? This is a colleague's memo right now, so this is Sarah's suggestion on what the right thing is. And I'm asking the question is, do we want to adopt these as our criteria for the subcommittee to then use as their criteria?
that's what I'm proposing, plus your addition. of
Yeah,
the-
yeah, and that's what I mean, I think that's the right thing to do now. I'm comfortable with that. I think that's the next step. Yeah. Okay, so I would move that we accept the proposed criteria and propose nominating and award selection process.
And that's the proposed title, by the way, for the award.
Yeah.
As
I'm
well.
ceding that my motion to his.
Well, he's amending your motion. Do you accept the amendment?
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Okay, is there a second for Mary's motion?
I would second that.
Craig will second the motion. We'll call the.
Trying to draft what actually happened here. I'll come up afterwards.
You're trying to meet midnight. I can feel it.
Councilmember Hufty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Yes.
Mayor Alves.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, item 6B, colleagues memo on code of ethics. Mary.
Oh, I'm a bit ashamed of my memo because I don't think all the clicks are working. But I hopefully this can be quick and easy. I think it's pretty much standard, it isn't standard of care, right? It's best practices in this setting. But to have a standing code of ethics and behavior. And there are 5 different examples and I have actually chosen one that I like. And I've done a preliminary write through of correcting it for our purposes. I think that it would be relatively easy to do if I get consensus on the council for doing it. The one I've chosen actually is something that everybody agrees with, that is a volunteer in the community. So input and staff, so that you have at least some basis of how you behave towards the public and what kind of values you hold as you move forward. And they're really very basic. The one I I chose was,
So Mary, just in the interest of time, can I ask a question?
sure.
Are you willing, like, if we formed a subcommittee to review these and then come back with a recommendation?
Yeah,
Could we just sort of short circuit for tonight to say, let's
that's
do a
what
motion?
that was what.
Yeah, I mean, we should,
But I think it's important that people realize, including myself, and verbalize it, that this would actually be something that staff would also participate in, and that council members and also committee members would all be brought on board in this process, that we treat the public in this fashion, or that we present ourselves in this fashion when we represent the town.
yeah, no,
Anybody who's representing the town
Yep.
agrees to a certain level of performance. And I would just love to just have one person, and you could take it, and I'm prepared to send you my rough draft, and you could read it, and it could be done relatively quickly. But I think the rollout will be more important, and that's something we can talk about another time.
Well, my question was just, is this part of this go in the handbook? Does it become, does it become a website on our?
Yeah, I think that that's TBD, really.
Okay.
I
Okay, so that's why
I
that's
actually,
something you want to
I was thinking that its tone would be such, well, I don't know. I think it should be, it almost felt like, when I started to do it, it almost sounded like something that would be even part of the general fund. So there's something at that level, you know, something that actually sets the tone. And there's things in there, you know, friendly and receptive and all that kind of stuff. So it should at least complement the general. Who would like to help me?
I'm willing. I'm certainly willing to help.
No, go ahead.
Okay, yep.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we should probably take another motion just to appoint the two of you. So,
I'll move to appoint a subcommittee to develop a code of ethics.
And that's a code of, if I may ask a clarifying question, for the town council committees, commissions and committee members and staff. Is that correct?
And council. were you
Yeah, all
thinking-
that represent.
Yeah.
All that
Town
represent the
council,
town.
commissions, committee members and staff. Yep.
Mhm.
moved by Haskell, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, seconded by Warner. Any further? Roll call
Take
vote,
public
please.
comment?
Councilmember Hutt.
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, yes. Is there public comment on this? Yes, please.
I'm Teresa Coleman. I just would like to make sure that the council takes into consideration the involvement of those who will be directly affected by any such actions moving forward. As a committee member for one of the town volunteer committees, I would like to encourage that there be participation on the part of either committee chairs or members in this process to develop something that is collaborative and all-encompassing. Thank you.
That should be high on our agenda, how we do that. Basically, what this means is what we're setting up right now is just the ability to start to talk about it. But your input is greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you. We have a comment from Rita Comas. Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, thank you. All that I ask, if you could please include body language during this age of Zoom meetings. Sometimes it's been really tough watching body language of people when certain people of the public are speaking. So if we could include that, that would be a great help to the community. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Jane Wilson has a comment. Jane, go ahead.
Hello, Jane Wilson, 557 Cresta Vista Lane.
As a volunteer, I just wanted to ask if the public would be held to the same level and code of ethics as the town commissioners and the town council, because I have noticed a lack of civility from the public towards any volunteers, town and commissions. And I think it would be beholden for that committee to also address the public's level of civility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
So through the chair,
Yes.
can I ask Jane a little follow-up? Are you comfortable with that or not?
Sure.
So Jane, if you're still there, I would you distinguish between the council and the rest of the well, certainly the committees, maybe the commissions as well? And then the reason I'm asking is the council is an elected body, and it's my feeling that, you know, the council should deal with the public however the public wants to deal with them. Whereas
I disagree. I disagree. I've seen so much rudeness and incivility from the public towards the staff, towards the council, towards the commissioners, that I really think that they need to be held to account as well. It's all very well making us promise to behave in a certain manner, but when the public can say anything they like, can be rude, can make accusations that are unfounded, and we have no course for redress. We have no way in which to argue our points or argue with them. It's unfair, and that it's just unfair. So that's why you can't hold one party to account and let the others just go at everybody with a baseball bat. I really think you've got to look at how the way in which the civility on the forum, civility in the town, civility in all of the fields that we've seen over the last 18 months have just gone downhill in a rapid snowball to an avalanche of just rudeness and incivility.
Thank you. I think we get what you're saying. So thank you for your comment, and we can discuss this.
If I may, there's two points I'd like to make. The first is that the public has a First Amendment right to free speech, and that is a pretty broad, all-encompassing right. Secondly, the town does have an adopted public comments during council meetings policy. It's a decorum policy that does speak to some of the issues that I think Jane was speaking to right now. So I think it's worth people reviewing that if they'd like. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Christy Corley, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. I'm not sure you were going to include this in the discussion, but some of us go to a lot of meetings and we write up our thoughts and try to keep it brief, and we would hope to get a response. And I'm hoping that you would write, if a resident writes a letter, what is a good response time to that letter? Because we put a lot of thought into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other hands. Okay. We had a motion. Any further discussion after that?
It's just a subcommittee
to draw up.
to draw up some ideas and bring it back to council. I think that's good.
Where were we? We had a motion second.
I think I seconded.
No, we were back to that.
Roll call.
Councilmember Hufty.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott.
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Item 16. General plan research and working.
Mine?
Marianne.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Hope I can collect my thoughts properly at 1 o'clock in the morning. To just say that we've worked on this, and I believe, and I think Judith and I both believe that it is a great opportunity to get rid of misinformation about the general plan and to increase understanding of what its risks and benefits are and how it has set and what our goals stated in that are as a community, and just to get a chance to talk about it. And it gives people a chance to formulate their thoughts in a positive direction, and it seems to work. So I would like to see basically a directive that we have 1 hour of staff time a month, and that the ability to use whatever is the appropriate town building to join in an evaluation and a look at not an evaluation, but just research about the meaning of the general plan, how it relates to our ordinances, how it relates to our zoning, how it relates to all the different aspects of governance, but with the concentration being on the general plan, just understanding it. That's my proposal, and I would like to have the support of the council.
No, I think there's been a lot of concern about the general plan. A lot of concern about changes. So before you can really talk about the changes, both the narrow ones we're talking about with the housing element and any others that future efforts by the council may give rise to, just getting people more familiar to it. And it's kind of like a discussion group is how I'm envisioning it, more for education. For those who are interested, it would be open as a potential resource for people to use if they were so inclined. That's how I'm thinking about it. But it is in response to people, I think, not completely understanding what's in it and how the different pieces interrelate. So from my perspective, this could have a benefit of getting people more oriented now when we're only talking about very narrow general plan changes. They could use that as an example, or they could just dive in and understand it. And then going forward, something comes out of it with more general understanding and hopefully accurate information on what's in it right now.
And more support going forward.
Pardon?
And more engagement going forward. Yeah. So it's not the same people always speaking up.
And so this is, yeah, sorry, yeah, thank you. So you're not proposing a Brown Act body, though. You're proposing somehow this is really, it's just a set of resources that the town's willing to give this group of citizens temporarily.
And it would be publicly announced.
Yeah.
Like open to the public.
Open to the
Yeah, I
public.
think open to public sounds right. I don't know. I guess I would defer to Cara. I don't know where we slide into. We created an ad hoc committee versus we have a working group. I'm not sure I completely understand the distinction. So
You even want to, even need to name members of this committee, or is it just like you just have once a month, you'll meet?
Right, right.
Open meeting.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And talk about, exactly.
And it's only a Brown Act if like, you know, if we would, there'd be a quorum of.
well, if
Three
we make,
people
if we
show
make
up.
it, if we make it a committee, then it's,
Right,
and if we
yes,
make an
yes.
ad hoc committee, then it's a
Right.
Brown Act. And so that's
Right.
what I was trying to make clear is, how do we keep this from being a de facto committee? And it sounds like if we don't name the members, we don't approve the members, then that goes a long way toward, we're just providing some resources. Because I'm completely supportive of the underlying goal here of educating and informing. That sounds great to me. I just wanted to make sure I understood how we make it, what we mean by a working group, since that seems like it's a new term.
Yeah, it's a new term to me too. So.
Yeah, and I think that's an appropriate term. It is not intended to be a Brown Act committee. It's not intended to have the council appoint particular residence. As I understand it, it's completely inclusive. It will be open to the public, and anybody can attend any of the meetings.
Well, I have a couple questions and I guess one suggestion, does it help if we call it a discussion group? If that is the intent, that might,
That would,
you
that'd
know,
be good.
and I think also if I were a member of the public that was interested in coming, that would be a less intimidating group to join if I knew it was a discussion group.
Yeah.
So I think the optics of that is better. My two questions are, so I agree, I like the intent of this as education, awareness, inclusiveness. Questions I have are, I'm unclear on the second bullet here in terms of the deliverables. Both of my questions have to do with the deliverables. The second bullet, I'm unclear what the expectation is in terms of the relationship specifically to the housing element, like what's the expectation there? So if this is just a discussion group where you're talking about it, that's one thing. And then if those people want to come to a public meeting and comment on it, that's fine. But there's no other.
No connection.
Okay, 'cause that wasn't really clear. So that's good. Thank you. And then function as a standing research and working group for future changes to the general plan. I think a little bit of that seems not in sync with this concept of a discussion group. And I think when we go to do the full general plan, I think there probably will be a formal process to create an ad hoc committee in that. And I don't want to set an expectation.
Why would
that-
that be, wouldn't that be a real, I mean, it's always in the past, sorry, been a real standing committee. General
Well,
Plan
perhaps it
Committee.
was,
Yeah,
sorry,
The
maybe.
general plan committee was a regular committee.
Either way, when that happens and committee members are determined, I wouldn't want to necessarily assume that this group would roll over, So I would just recommend tweaks along those two
Yeah,
lines.
yeah, and I think function the standing group, I mean, if we're gonna say discussion group, that could continue, or you can just leave that out, because I think the initial near-term goal is education and support.
Yeah. Wanting to learn more about the whole plan.
Yeah.
For possible inclusion in the committee when we get to a
But we don't want to broach that necessarily. I mean,
Yes. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, I'm just, you know.
It's just
maybe
a
just leave that
natural.
off.
Yeah, I was gonna say almost less
Omit
is
it.
more, call it a discussion group, and I like how you teed it up, that there's all these different chapters and. Well, that actually brings me back to if it's a discussion group, why are there 13 to 15 members?
Number of elements in the housing element plus a spare.
How are
Right,
those
but
13 to
gonna-
15
it's gonna
people
be whoever
decided?
shows up, right?
Yeah.
Well, the idea, I think, and Mary can speak to it because she's thought it out more, was it would maybe most efficient if somebody volunteers to have the housing element and go through that. I don't know that 13 to 15 needs to be prescribed, to be honest.
We could get,
I
we
think
could
you could
shorten
probably
this memo up a little bit.
get rid of
Well, if
that.
it's gonna be a public meeting, if it's gonna be open to anybody, then you'll get whoever shows up.
Yeah.
It could
But
be
you want a
up for me.
core of people who will own their element, basically.
And then, those people who own those elements.
So that can be
We
modified.
want
this
to
feels-
have it not be too restrictive, since it's a revolutionary idea.
This feels like the discussion group could self-organize.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we need,
Totally.
we don't need
Yeah,
to
yeah,
prescribe
here we go.
I like that
their-
idea.
the organization. You could just let them.
Yeah.
So,
What-
Yeah,
May I ask a question? I hope this is received in the spirit it's intended. What if people want to join it and there's committee member, or there's working group members that don't want them to join? I don't understand how this works. I think on some level, like,
so what was your question? I couldn't understand it.
if you, so people show up,
Yeah.
what's the distinction between who's on the discussion group and who's listening to the discussion group? And what happens if there's members of the discussion?
There
group?
isn't one.
There
It's a
isn't?
discussion group. It's like whoever shows up gets to join the discussion. I mean, presumably there's going to be people who have spent more time
Some people
talking
will
about
like
this
it,
stuff.
some people won't.
But I don't think you can, I think you'd let them self-organize. I mean, if they want to say, we're going to vote on the people who get chapters, and if you're not one of those people, you don't get it. But I don't think we should prescribe that. Let the people who show up initially figure out how they want to organize and go from there. Like,
that's what, sorry,
No, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry.
So, no, we've morphed from questions into discussion.
Yeah.
So I've got one public comment right now. Rita, go ahead.
I'm very excited about this. As one of the founders of the Pretola Valley Women's Book Club, we meet at the library on the last Thursday of the month. So tomorrow we're doing Stephen King's Outsider, which is an interesting book. But, you know, the way that we handle the discussions on the books is people get to have their say. There's nobody in charge, and it's a discussion. And if you've ever been part of a book club, there is no proper order. There are just people that are happy to be together, and it will just naturally get organized. And so I'm very excited about this because I talk about the general plan, what a beautiful document it is. And there are people in town that know, seem to be experts on parts of it. And for us all to be together and share this knowledge or talk about the different sections, you know, it's exciting. And it may be a way to get some new people in town interested in future committee or council positions, because they'll learn more about the town. Thank you.
Thank you. I did not see any other hands raised right now, so we can continue. I had one, I guess, I do want to be mindful of staff time being committed to this. So I mean, what do you envision in terms of staff?
We said 1 hour a month.
Okay.
No prep time,
No
show
prep
up,
time.
And so somebody
No
from staff
research.
shows up for 1 hour answers.
Yeah.
Yeah. and
nothing else.
One of the problems I see I've already had is how do I reach these people? Or how does one reach these people? How do you announce it? And I guess the best I can do is our weekly, the town weekly email. Newsletter.
The newsletter?
Who does it go to?
Subscribers.
So it would just be subscribers.
Well, but I mean, anybody can subscribe. It's part of e-notices on the
Yeah,
town, so
is that,
anybody can
is
do
that adequate?
Well, and you can put it on PV Forum. I mean, you can do it the way we do all
I
this.
got a little bit of pushback on TV Forum for some unknown reason. For, I'm sure, good reasons, which
Well-
was, there was questions about whether, like you said, whether it needed to be publicly noticed, whether it needed to be.
I think if you think of the town newsletter and then other things on top of that, I think it'll be more understandable. I think the confusion probably came about because it was not on the town website or
exactly.
resources.
Okay, perfect.
Well, maybe building off that, just as a question to understand, is this something we're putting on calendars, town calendar? No,
What
it's
do
just,
you
it's, a-
recommend? I mean, I think the newsletter would be fine if we
I think the
don't
newsletter
need
is
to do more than
sufficient.
that.
I think the idea is that it's low maintenance.
Yeah, that's right.
I would recommend that you use e-notice, the town newsletter, and they can use PV Forum, and that's enough.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be on the calendar. I don't think it
Yeah.
needs to be on the website as a fixed page, right? Just, that's it. Does that answer your question?
yes.
And that's manageable for staff. I mean, how hard does that get?
I've already been in a lot of trouble. I already went and wrenched the key out of somebody's hand to do the Buckeye room. I do it ourselves.
But he was asking about staff. But your
I
your
was just
question
making
was
sure. I
staff.
mean, it just-
Yeah.
It didn't sound like a lot, but I just want to verify that we're not. committing
The
staff
intent
to
is it's supposed to be as low
an hour, but-
as possible.
I mean, I think I think that there would be times it will be more than an hour a month. Because there may be questions that can't be answered and there will be a request for follow-up and,
I think that is.
but that's just
That's
part
not
of,
the deal.
That's not the
They
deal.
get to walk out and say, see you next month.
And that's Mary's,
Yeah, that's my
He
job.
has to
yeah,
manage that.
she has to manage that.
yeah, then I have no further comments.
That's, if we're, I guess I could entertain a motion. on
Yeah, so I'll make a motion. I'd like to incorporate Sarah's suggestions. So I think we call this a general plan research and discussion group.
Or
Um,
just discussion?
Just
group?
discussion
Just
group.
discussion group, okay, so general plan discussion group.
Yep.
Personally, I would suggest we strike the current general plan has at least 12
Yeah,
elements and membership
fine.
goals.
Yep.
So I'd remove the membership goals and then I'd remove the function as a standing research for future changes. And then sort of accept the providing town resources, facilities for the meeting and town staff for an hour of verbal comments, no follow-up.
No follow-up and no prep.
Yeah, thank you.
One clarification, so it's just the two committee members that are, or subcommittee members that are going to attend and staff this? Because if we have more than that, then we'll have Brown Act issues.
Right, and we wouldn't have to go every time. For example, it could function without us.
I think
Okay.
Kara's only point was you can't have more than two council members.
Don't
there.
have three.
Right.
3 people will not
Right.
show up.
Right.
So I know that was sort of a long motion, sort of a,
Yeah.
worked
no,
my
that
way
was-
into
no,
the
that was
motion, but
Editing motion.
I, sorry, I just.
I'll second.
Yay.
Before we vote, in terms
Discussion?
of
The public comment?
we did public comment, yeah.
yeah, we did.
We did.
Oh, it was getting the staff involvement for an hour. I just,
How about for a maximum?
no, it's just sort of making sure that you sort of coordinate ahead of time with the
Yes.
staff, so that make sure that they'll be available. Just don't like go into last,
Yeah.
don't run to the town center and grab somebody out. and
Can
they're
you
off.
talk to
No.
us for a little while?
Well,
I don't know if
So
we-
the,
as they self select and self-govern, it would be helpful to get a regular meeting time and
Yeah.
things of that nature. Yeah.
but if you had 1 week's notice, Jeremy, is that enough time?
No. No, we
Seriously?
need more time. Seriously.
So
yeah.
how much time?
I would like a couple weeks. I mean, if Laura's going to be asked,
Standing time.
2 weeks. Yeah, okay. Well, I've got to check my schedule.
Okay, so you're going to try to find a standing time for this meeting? That's it. You're comfortable with?
Yeah.
Am I amending the motion to add that? That this will be a fixed meeting time.
But it doesn't, have to be in the, yeah, I guess.
It doesn't have to meet at the same place. It needs to meet somewhere in town center and it needs to meet the same
It does
time.
need
So
to
that
meet in town center. Okay,
Well, it should be a public, or it should be something
Yeah.
that's accessible. on
yeah,
town
I'm
center.
for that.
and preference would be in working hours. So
Yes.
staff.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No,
Working hours. Staff needs at least 2 weeks notice before scheduling them.
So I have written here, before you take the vote, support a general plan discussion group that will utilize town resources to provide educational opportunities for residents to learn more about the general plan. Is that okay for the? Thank you.
Okay.
I think we should use those words, educate, increase awareness and inclusiveness. In other words, this is a self-educating process. So I like the idea of discussion and review better than sort of inform.
I'm sorry, are you editing a specific?
No,
phrase
I am
here?
not. I'm just prepared for whatever the next.
Okay, you're getting ready
amendment is.
for execution. Okay, got it.
So we have a motion and a second.
Yes, call the vote.
Yeah, so before we call the vote, just, Chairman, could I just ask you to read what motion I've made, just so we're clear? I just want to make sure that we're all.
Well,
gonna
so
be good.
what I was reading back was what I have.
Yeah, I
in
know. So could you
tomorrow's
just read it one more time? So this is what we're about to vote on.
Support a general plan discussion group that will utilize town resources to provide educational opportunities and increase awareness and inclusiveness for residents to learn more about the general plan.
Are you
Yeah.
comfortable with that? Mary? I want to make sure. Okay, so
I think that the criteria we said was, did we agree it's a standing meeting time,
Yeah.
TBD? And,
2 weeks notice for staff.
yeah.
And notice in the town.
Notice in
Oh,
the
and notice
newsletter.
in the ability to notice in the weekly, that's probably the most important.
Standing time.
They're meeting once a month, is that correct?
We haven't decided.
So what we've committed to is staff time would be, all you really need to do is this.
We have-
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
The staff
Gotcha.
is going to be only once a month.
I apologize.
So if they meet more often, that's up to them, but the staff part of it will be a fixed
Yeah, they could meet every
time and
day,
date
right.
during working hours and what I guess I'd recommend is just in consultation with the town manager. I mean, you guys can work it out. I don't think we need to work
Does
it
it
out
have to
here.
go to the, can we lower it? Does Jeremy have to be the one in charge? I'm trying to.
No,
get-
he
I
doesn't have to be
get-
in charge. I just.
I need him to have less bunkies on his back. That's my-
Right, you don't have to be in charge. I think you just need to get an agreement with him on the day and time. That's it. That's the only thing Jeremy can get involved
No,
in.
it's got to be someone that I contact. How about the assistant manager?
Well,
Talk about what?
the town manager has the responsibility for staff resource allocation, so
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
Okay,
Just let
It just,
Jeremy-
I can do it. It's fine.
you can figure out how to allocate it.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at. They're asking for 1 hour once a month at a fixed time.
Great.
Cool.
I think it sounds very cool, although it'll depend on who comes. how
Sure.
cool it is.
And if you need to come back and we need to modify this, we can, but this is a great start. I'm excited about this. Okay, so I think we read the motion. No, he just read it. Come on, stop. It is late.
Call the vote.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Hufty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Yes.
Mayor Alves.
Okay.
Woo.
Um,
Is it over yet?
No.
well, we've got items left. So, okay. Liaison reports. I am embarrassed to admit that I did not actually complete my liaison reports as I suggested at our previous.
I
meeting.
thought there was gonna be a time.
I'm going to suggest we continue this because I don't think anybody did, as far as I can
So
tell.
we just,
But
we can just go around like y'all used to do. so.
Why don't we
You
just
guys-
continue? it? Let's just do a
well,
continuation, then we'll just.
If you've got something you want to bring up right now from a
Okay.
liaison report. you
I
can.
want to say
Yeah.
my 2 reports.
Okay.
I did write them up. I sent them to Jeremy. They're all done.
Well, they are. Okay.
And there's agenda, all I did was do the agenda
Okay.
and then I slapped in red
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
And actually the committees appreciated it because it
Okay.
gave them a record of
Okay.
what happened. And it worked very nicely. So I think it was in a good incentive. And it gave me something to do during the meeting.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. I thought just subjectively, I'd say the Geological Survey Committee is really doing very, very well. I was asked to promote Bob Rutke to just for membership. But I'm going to have him fill out, I'm going to see if I can get him to fill out an application. And I think we could probably use a little more geologists. And then I went to the conservation and, the conservation is just awesome. They had great ideas. They were down to earth, which is what you're supposed to be. And very constructive. I enjoyed both of them.
And you heard about mine from finance, so.
And process question? So like planning commission special meeting that I was the liaison for last night. Obviously, no, I'm just saying.
Tap that for us.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. No, since enough of you were there, I'm not. I mean, I do have a couple of things I could say, but that's not my goal. My more question is, obviously I couldn't get a report into the packet. So is your goal that we would just deliver them and they get printed out and we read them before the meeting? Like, how are we going to deal with the fact that unless they get in on like Wednesday of the week before?
Can we just send them to you? I mean, I felt badly sending them to Jeremy, but I.
Well, if they're going to be I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, Mary, through the chair. If they're going to be included in the packet, send them to Melissa.
Yeah, right. But what do we do?
We don't want them in the packet.
No, that was the whole point. Get them the
I
record.
wanted them in the packet so that people could, if you didn't see the meeting or you didn't stay till 12:30, you could go back and just read a summary in the packet. So it's just, there's a little bit of a record in our packets. Because right now, as it stands now, we just say it and then nobody, we have to go back and listen to it. So I would, send them to Melissa. And if it doesn't get into the, meeting, the packet for that meeting, it gets into the packet for the next meeting. So it's in the record.
just doesn't.
Might be a little delayed.
And you can, and if you want to bring something up at the next, like if you wanted to bring something up from planning last night in detail, you could right now. You can right now.
Right.
But you don't have to have the report there.
Okay.
Well, yes.
Yeah, can I just finish my comment? And then
Let us finish and we'll take a
and then
public
we'll get public comment. I guess what I was suggesting is if we're past the packet deadline, that let's just say as long as it gets in by noon the day of the meeting, it gets printed out or sent as an email to all of us, and then gets included in the next packet for the written record. Because otherwise, you end up in this thing of, I'm going to end up, if it's important, effectively reading this thing you all could have read before the meeting. So I'd rather you read what I have written. So that would be my suggestion. It's just a slight modification. It still gets into the written record in the following one, but there's, and we've done with the planning commission and public comment. So can we do the same thing with these?
Yes, it could just be, Melissa could just send it out to us the day of the. It wouldn't go in the actual agenda packet, but it could be sent to us that day, just so we have it in front of us.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Well, through the chair, I suspect that members of the public would want to see it included in the packet of the meeting that's happening. And I mean, amending the packet it's not the hardest thing in the world, but it's, we wouldn't want to do that 5 times.
I don't want to amend the packet. I want,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to reconcile what Craig wants with the proposal being available.
Well, one way that we could potentially do it is, well, if it's not germane to the packet, we could accept reports from council members on a regular basis and just load them to the website and say, here's the reports. If it's not necessary to be in a packet, that might be a way to go. I'm not recommending that. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Yeah. Does that create like a whole nother, like another web page where we just have?
Yes.
That feels like it's just feels like stuff that's been-
That letter, how do you feel about that? No, I'm just laughing.
Okay, sorry. that
Well,
maybe
ma-
that
No,
was the
I-
wrong choice
It's
of
okay.
wording,
No,
but
it was
just-
fine.
That is my concern.
Yeah.
That's my concern with this.
Through the chair, perhaps the best way to handle this is just to try it out. And, with some initial guidelines on it, send it in by noon at a certain date. And if it doesn't work out, then we'll do something different.
So, and we'll just do oral. For now, we'll just leave it the way it is. If it doesn't get in the packet, we'll bring it up orally in the meeting that's too close and then submit it for actual publication. And we'll see how it goes. If that doesn't,
Yes,
if
okay.
that's too cumbersome, we'll do something different. I'm comfortable, but now you do have your.
Yes, I will take public comment on this item.
Thank you for hanging in there.
Yes,
and
thank
this
you.
is
No
12:30.
problem.
Ooh, you might be our latest participant.
That's
At least in a
okay.
while.
As the secretary of a town committee responsible for collection of minutes of our meetings, I have a concern that you will be publishing summaries of our meetings, which may or may not be consistent with the information that I'm collecting as the secretary of that committee. And we may find ourselves in conflict, and we may find a misinterpretation or a difference in interpretation. I just want to put that out there for the committee to consider, that if you are summarizing my committee meeting before my minutes are finalized and approved by the committee, which is what you're suggesting here, you are putting me in a position of conflict.
Although I think we should be careful. I don't think that was your proposal. I thought it was put the agenda. Okay,
I would
I
like
thought
to
it
say
was.
what I did, which worked very well, which is I took my agenda and sent it to the chair. And she said, oh, thank you, Mary. That helps me figure out how to do the minutes. And
Well,
It's in a lot of process. There's
does,
just,
yeah.
that's,
no, and then she fixed it, and then I.
remember what the original intent is. The
That's what I
original
think, right.
intent is
keep it
to
simple.
be a quick snippet akin to what we would be giving verbally and doing it in a recorded way so that there's a record.
Yes.
So it's not anywhere near minutes.
Right.
but
Minutes.
It's a clause. I don't expect. it to be much
It's
more
not
than
a
that.
summary of the
Right,
meeting.
it's not
That
minutes.
was the point I wanted to try to make. It's like, we talked about, you put the agenda in, and then anything that the liaison thinks the council ought to know about that meeting. That's it. It's not a summary of what happened to me. It's just like, here's, as a liaison, here's what I heard that I think it's important that you know about.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
No, your
I
point is,
think-
your point is well
yeah.
taken.
Yeah, really well
Um,
You have
yeah,
a
and,
very good point,
um,
and it's what I was worried about. That's the reason I sent it immediately to the committee.
But
I'll get
again,
used to
this
it.
is- this
It's
was-
a
this
little
was my
hard.
idea to sort of, trim
I'm
some time off
comfortable
of the
to-
meeting.
And look
I was
what
gonna
it's
say, let's-
done.
we try it this way, and if this becomes a problem, we revisit and we can always go
Yeah,
back.
I'm
and
comfortable
revisit.
with that.
Is that
Yeah.
good with that?
Will you be our watchdog? Will you look at these?
You have to come to every meeting. and see if it's all ready.
Yes,
So,
you will.
Yeah, careful what you wish for. Yeah.
Oh, really?
No, it's-
Looking at
it's-
other
Still have
people's
manager's report.
Yeah.
You don't like it, or you
All right, what's next?
We do have,
don't
Thank you.
even
Thank
bring it
you.
up.
Good night.
we do have town manager
Night.
report.
Won the award. Oh, great.
No.
How exciting, isn't it?
Sorry, we do have town manager report, item 8. Jeremy, please.
I have no report. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Jeremy? No.
Is that a joke?
Is there any public
Uh,
comment?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Is there any public comment on Jeremy? Okay. That brings us to,
Motion to adjourn?
so, okay, just to be clear, we had.
I think we
called a
should do the
close-
closed session.
May, through the chair, I think Carr and I have a potential recommendation here. I need to work with staff to set up a time for a special meeting of the council for ASCC interviews. That will happen sometime before February 8th. So expect an email tomorrow, so we could probably tack on the end of that a special meeting.
And this is.
Oh,
this is
closed
not the
session.
What did I say?
No, no, you said a special meeting for the closed
Oh,
session.
for the closed session,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, I was
Yes.
gonna suggest maybe.
To
I think I
the
did suggest
ASCC
earlier.
meeting. The
Do ASCC interviews,
Interview
appointment, closed
and
session.
then the closed session. Perfect.
Okay, so we will be adjourning. The closed session will be continued to a separate special meeting. So, yes,
Second.
okay. All in
Thank
favor?
you.
All in favor.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, everybody.
That was Gil.